academia, and industry. For our first presentation, I would like to invite Chairman UTIP, University of Karachi, Professor Dr. Mohammad Sadiq Ali Khan, and he's going to cover the domains of cybersecurity in academia and workforce development. Please, sir. Okay, thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My name is Dr. Mohammad Sadiq Ali Khan. I'm associated with the University of Karachi. So since last 24 years, I'm associated with academia. My today's topic is about the cybersecurity in academic institutions in our university. Cybersecurity is a critical field that has seen exponential growth due to some increasing frequency and sophistication of cyber attacks here. So it takes lots of years to build the reputation of any academic institution and a few minutes of cyber incidents to demolish that. So we cover different topics like the importance of the cybersecurity education, curriculum development, research trends, workforce development in Pakistan, and addressing some skill gaps in the training program and certification track that needs to adopt by the students and fostering the cybersecurity culture in academia. So if we look into the designing effective cybersecurity curriculum in our university, we have some key components of the curriculum that important fundamental concepts we have to go through about the cybersecurity, including threat modeling and cryptography and some existing hidden gaps, essential theories that underpin the security practices. We need to mention some hands-on labs and practical exercises that need to incorporate in our curriculum design, and some real some case studies that need to mention in our different courses of the related to the cybersecurity. And ethical consideration. The course of ethics is very important in all disciplines of our bachelor's program. And now, Higher Education Commission also emphasize and enforce us in our universities that we need to collaborate with the industry. So industry collaboration is very important, and the internship program. And we need to have some collaborative programs that we need to launch, maybe non-credit hours or some put some credit to that course here in order to develop some collaborative program with technology companies and government agencies to provide a student with practical experiences and insights in the field here. And we need to aim to prepare students for immediate employment and long-term careers in cybersecurity, that equipping them with the skills necessary for success in their career path in the industry. The significance of the cybersecurity in academic institution cannot be overstated, that as university handles vast amounts of sensitive data related to the student and employees and staff, such as the student record and some personal information, proprietary research, and administrative details. Cyber attack can disturb the academic operations, especially as the university in Pakistan increasingly rely on the digital platform for the administration and some virtual learning environment. The breach can have far-reaching consequences, including identity theft, financial loss, reputational damage, and loss of intellectual property. So if we have a look in the building a secure academic environment that emphasize about the encryption, and secrecy, and confidentiality there, and we need to have some authentication measures, and also we need to equip with our network with the firewall and patching there. If you looked at the evolution seen there, right, in the first cyber attack is about in 1960s to 1970s, and first firewall technology developed in 1980s. And we have a rise of virus informed in 1990s era. And in early 2000, we have an advent of World Wide Web, the rise of IoT, mobile devices, and cloud computing in 2010. In 2020, we spread the COVID-19, and then after that, the digital transformation is necessary to all these people in the world and also in our country. So now we are in the era of the emerging technologies like IoT, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity. Artificial intelligence right now have a potential that have some advantages and also have a disadvantages with respect to the cybersecurity. So we need to aware our students about the cybersecurity principles, some basic knowledge, and about some basic threats, what are the different kind of threats, and the real world examples that help them to analyze what sort of the data breaches in our university. Cybersecurity involves protecting system, network, and data from cyber threats such as hacking, ransomware, and phishing attacks. The academic institutions in Pakistan face unique challenges for that open network policies that prioritize collaboration over the security. Because in my point of view, if definitely we depend on technology. We always depend on technology. If we say that we don't need such kind of technology there, without help of the technology, you will not manage your network there. You will not have a platform to manage your security there. But for the using of the technology, we need to develop a strong network security policy. If we have a good security policy, documented security policy, then through the technology, we materialize or use that policy there. High reliance on the legacy system in public sector university and increased internet penetration in Pakistan has escalated cyber risks, including ransomware and phishing attacks targeting academia. The universities in Pakistan are shifting to the online portal after COVID-19, and collaborative research platform requires some secure communication channels to protect our intellectual property. Increased reliance of the e-governance in academia requires robust security measures. The lack of local cybersecurity expertise that leads to reliance on foreign solutions which may not address in the Pakistan's specific needs. The rising cyber attacks in Pakistan and different institutions are unaware of unprepared to implement the basic cybersecurity practices here, such as the firewalls and regular software updates. Collaboration between the academia and industry is very helpful to build the tailored cybersecurity solution. So this shows you the framework about the digital transformation there. If we looked at why cybersecurity is essential for the academic institutions, because of the protection and prevention of their main data principles. And we have a CIA model that refers to the confidentiality, because we need to protect our data from unauthorized access here. And we need to make sure that only authorized person have a right to modify or perform some changes to our data or our system properties there that refers to the integrity protection. And always we should enforce that in our policy for the authorized person, all the necessary data and resources that should be available for the authorized person. So we need to safeguard and we need to perform the meeting and to maintain the standards there and ensuring the national security there. Many academic institutions face significant cybersecurity gaps. One common issue is to lack of updated systems, especially in the government sector, with many universities in Pakistan relying on the outdated software that leaves them vulnerable to the exploitation. Because when we provide the weak points, the loopholes in our network, because the attacker is very smart with respect to us there, and they need trying to penetrate through that gap there. And another challenge that we face, that insufficient training is another challenge, because faculty, staff, and the students frequently lack awareness of the basic cybersecurity practices, making them susceptible to phishing and social engineering attacks. Additionally, most institutions do not have a dedicated incident response plan, leading to delayed responses and increased damage during the cyber incident. And also, we have a poor managed bring your own device, because especially in universities, it's a common practice there. Everyone want to use their device and plug into the network. It's also one of the challenges that we are facing in our academic institutions. So we need to develop some institutional policies that set the clear guideline for acceptable use of IT resources that ensure all staff and students that understand these policies. For example, University of Punjab developed a digital policy to guide the staff and the students, and invest in security infrastructure that deploy firewalls, antivirus, and monitoring tools that conduct regular patch updates and backup care. We need to install next generation firewalls to prevent unauthorized access, and regular security awareness training programs that every institution of Pakistan that adopt in the curriculum. We need to conduct periodic phishing simulation tests to educate our users. This shows you the step to implement the cybersecurity. That first we need to assess our the current environment. First, we assess our environment there, and then we need to draft a policy on the basis of the assessment, and then we move towards the approval there and input from the stakeholder approval. And if they approve the policy, then we need to implement that policy. But after implementation, we need to regularly monitor that policy. And if some issues found, then we need to maintain the policy. So we have data that encrypt the sensitive data by using some security algorithm. And we have a third-party risk management that vet the contractor and external service provider for cybersecurity practices. And then we need to create some dedicated committees to oversee the cybersecurity implementation and update. And we need to adopt the zero trust architecture in our network there that need to know the basis and continuously verify the user there. We need to secure our network design because network design is also a very important factor. Because I think in our university, we need to segment the different layers in our network. First, we need to define our core layer, then we need to define our distribution layer, and then we need to define our access layer there. And need to try to equip our core network with all necessary requirements. So we need to segment our network in the VLAN. We need to divide the VLAN to the IP subnetting. For example, in our university, we have the 54 departments and about 28 research institutes. So we implemented this VLAN architecture back in 2004. So because we have about 7 faculties, so first we decided that we need to have a 7 VLANs with reference to the faculty. But after that, we decided that we need to adopt that model that we segregate the VLANs with respect to the department, and we have the IP subnetting there. So every department is a different VLAN there. Because through that, you have a different policy guideline for each VLAN there. And we need to have to define the access control, that is role-based access for sensitive systems. For example, faculty accessing grade portal should use the multi-factor authentication. And monitoring and response using some tool like SIEM for real-time threat detection. So we should have regular network audits in our network, and we have to backup facility in our network, and we have to provide the endpoint security that requires antivirus and endpoint detection software on all devices accessing the network. This is the proposed model that I proposed back in 2008 or 10 there in one of the papers. That is a network security policy for the academic institutions that covers the aims of that policy, the purpose, and the scope, and some information protection guidelines that should cover the subtopic related to the access management and some identification, authorization, verification there. And also we need to have to focus the security breaches notification and reporting. And also the asset security management also covered in the policy document that define the server and system backup and recovery and offsite storage, data prevention, and the overall security. And also we have to cover in our policy that refers to the misuse of the computational resources and reporting policy, either with respect to the physical reporting or the electronic. And access control method, asset security standards, and operational security plans. Because this should all cover in your network policy document. This is an example of a secure network design in academic institution that we have defined, segregate our network in segmentation like core network, and we have a distribution network and the access network. These are 7 key steps that to implement the security awareness training. So first, we need to perform a gap analysis assessment, set up your assessment, know your employees' vulnerabilities or weaknesses, and review the training performance regularly. So first, we need to get buy-in from the top-down approach, then perform the analysis assessment, and then schedule the regular, consistent training program for our staff, and then process the review performance regularly there. And after that, deploy periodic phishing simulation there in order to simulate or the test the environment, and educate people who fail the phishing simulation there, and implement the policy processes there. So we have a specialized training program design, and that should be a part of our 4-year BS program. That is general cybersecurity training and specialized some stream. And we need to define the format of the training, such as online courses, some classroom training, and hand-on workshop to providing the flexible learning option for all. And we have to define some certification opportunities. The participants can earn the certifications from recognized bodies like COMTIA, CISSP, and CEL. This is the cybersecurity roadmap that helps the student in they want to adopt a career in cybersecurity. First, the student focus on the introduction to cybersecurity, and they need to learn some operating systems there like Windows, Linux, and have a basic, at least basic knowledge of the networking with respect to the IP addressing scheme, with respect to IP version 4 and IPv6, and also need to know the header format of the IP4 and IPv6, and the OSI model, and also the TCP/IP model there. Then they learn about some protocols. Basically, the focus on the network protocol and application layer protocol, and have an expertise in one of the programming language, and also to the one of the database, and then have some practical side of ethical hacking. Then we need to adopt that the security approaches that learn configuration of the firewall, vulnerability analysis, cryptographic techniques, and forensic investigation. So this has a clear roadmap or guideline for a student they who are willing to adopt the cybersecurity as a career. So this shows all in the flow chart that how student can begin a career in the cybersecurity. So future direction in cybersecurity education, that integrating soft skills and adopting the new threat analysis and collaborative learning there. So we need to adopt some core modules in our BS curriculum with reference to the cybersecurity, and we need to have some advanced topics in our 4-year program. And also now we need to focus on the capstone project and the lab that develop defense strategies in simulated environment. So these are the overview of some certification tracks and importance of certification and local initiative that have in Pakistan. There are tailored certification preparation courses available for professionals, enhancing their readiness to access into global cybersecurity standards. So this is a certification pathway for the cybersecurity that COMSTECH Security. This is an entry-level certification cover basic cybersecurity principles, including network security and threat analysis. So it's ideal for beginners that entering in the field of cybersecurity, and then Cisco Certified Cyber Ops Associate and Certified Ethical Hacker (CEH) and CompTIA that covers threat detection and response, and ideal for the intermediate level professional aiming to role in threat analysis and incident response. And CISSP, that is Certified Information System Security Professional, that designed for advanced professionals managing enterprise level security program, which validate expertise in access control, cryptography, and risk management. These are some emerging topics in cybersecurity education, that artificial intelligence and machine learning, that application in threat detection to the AI algorithms, automating the incident response, and artificial intelligence powered some security tools there. And we have an IoT security that is also an emerging topic in cybersecurity education, like security protocols for the Internet of Things and hands-on lab involving IoT network. And cloud security, with reference to that, we have a security tool for cloud environments. The cybersecurity research is rapidly evolving with several emerging trends that shaping the field of AI in security and zero trust architecture and post-quantum cryptography. That rise of the quantum computing, researchers are developing some cryptographic algorithm resistance to the quantum attacks. IoT security is also one of the research trends in cybersecurity. The penetration of IoT devices in academia, for example, the smart classrooms, demand a stronger security framework to prevent device exploitation. And with reference to cloud security, the university moved to cloud-based platform, protecting cloud infrastructure and managing identity and access in multi-cloud environment. That is a major focus in major research area. And also with reference to the threat intelligence platform, institutions are investigating in tools that aggregate and analyze global threat data to predict and prevent the attack. So these trends highlight the dynamic nature of the cybersecurity, emphasizing the need for academic institutions to stay ahead of evolving threats. So when we address the skill gap in cybersecurity, that is a current skill gap is the workforce in Pakistan is experiencing critical shortages in essential areas such as incident response, threat intelligence, and security architecture and risk management. And statistics that recent surveys indicate that over 60% of the organization in Pakistan face challenges in filling the cybersecurity positions, highlighting the urgent need for the workforce improvement. And also a gap in the partnership that establishing a strong partnership with the academia and the industry is vital to ensure that training program align with the evolving market demand in the cybersecurity. And also, we have a strong gap in internship program that implementing internship and apprenticeship program can provide valuable hands-on experience and bridge the gap between education and practical skill in the workforce. So we need to focus on the continuous development process that fostering continuous professional development and upskilling initiative for the current professional is essential to keep pace with the rapid advancement in the cybersecurity technology. Artificial intelligence basically is playing a very crucial role in the cybersecurity area in last 2 or 3 years. Like through the artificial intelligence, through the generative AI, we have or easily generate the phishing emails, and we just go through the chat GPT and ask chat GPT to generate a very clear documented text, an email that generated by an attacker. And also through that artificial intelligence, we generate the codes and we insert that code that have a malware penetration there, and that also create the misinformation. And DFAC is also an important aspect right now. It's a very crucial threat that we are facing right now in our environment, in the social engineering, and in which the attacker is claimed to be your neighbor, to be your friend, to be your family member, and they actually copy your voice, copy your picture. So, but these are the disadvantage of the technology. And for the advantage side, we adopt the artificial intelligence in order to analyze our security threats and vulnerabilities in our network. And also through the AI and machine learning, we analyze and authenticate there. We summarize the data, and also we interact there and generate some playbooks there. So the AI is helpful to generating the right code, and also mean to insert the malware on it, and also mean to create backdoor on the code side. Generative AI is suffer to the illuminations, and it make up information conflict two things that are not related to each other, that gives the false information. So in the conclusion that cybersecurity is a vital for academic institutions to protect sensitive data, ensure the operational continuity, and build the trust level. By implementing robust measures like network segmentation, clear policies, and advanced technologies, universities can significantly enhance their security posture. For students, cybersecurity offers a dynamic career path. Universities must support this through comprehensive curriculum, blending theory and practical skills in their four-year career. Addressing the gaps such as outdated systems, inadequate training is essential for resilience against the emerging threats. Together, educators, students, administrators can foster a culture of cybersecurity, ensuring a secure and thriving academic environment for the future. So if we shape the future of cybersecurity, that join us in bridging the skill gap and empowering the next generation of cybersecurity professionals in Pakistan. Together, we can make a difference here. Thank you. We have a cybersecurity program that already approved by the Higher Education Commission Pakistan. There's a 4-year degree program, BS in cybersecurity. I think about 40 plus universities right now offering a BS in cybersecurity. 40, more than 40. 40. Yes. Yes, So BS cybersecurity is aligned with the NCSE. NCSE approved the guideline and all the course structure that we need to follow, that how many courses of the elementary level and the general education there, and for the some basic core courses respecting the cybersecurity and the elective courses there. And in I think more than 50%, you can say, the courses is similar to the BS in computer science. And because the difference came up in the third year there. Third year, fourth year, we have the different elective courses there with specialized courses with reference to the cybersecurity. There is a duplication. Yes.
Another suggestion or input that I'm the project director of STEM education in Pakistan Science. With my name and we have developed some course modules with the cooperation of the China Youth Money Center for STEM education. I think it's a better time to introduce the cybersecurity small lesson plans in the early years.
Yes.
So that will actually bring the advocacy of the cybersecurity and the understanding of what we can do for it.
Yes, sure. Thank you.
Okay, Doctor, thank you so much for a nice presentation. No doubt, cyber threats we are facing a lot during these days. I have a question, sir. In Pakistan, most of the universities we are facing financial crisis. There is a very severe financial crisis here. In such situations, how is it possible that we need some finance, we need some resources to buy firewalls, like to buy some softwares? Do you have an idea? We have some support from the government levels, other universities are independent to do all these things.
Yes, Higher Education Commission is trying to help out through the PC1 project there. Like in our university, we designed a PC1 in early 2000, and we got a grant in 2004 that we completed that project in 2008. And that, but after that, we designed another PC1 for the upgradation of the network. And I think back in 5 years back, also the Planning Commission approved that there. And in now the universities that newly have an infrastructure there, because they all adopt the network infrastructure capacity building, and also the equipment with reference to the active network and also the passive there. Because it's important, because for the passive network we have life about 20 to 25 years, but for the active equipment like firewall, the server, and some router, the switches, they have maximum 5 to 6 years lifetime. We need to upgrade that. And also universities have very good coordination in some universities, not in all there. So we need to build strong relations with the industry there, because I'm not saying that all the industry is trying to help out the university in respect to the financial, but in some cases the industry want to help in building the lab equipment, upgradation of the lab equipment. Recently, last 2 months back, we have contacted with some donors, and we convinced them, and they just in a month time they designed two smart classrooms in our university. On coming Saturday, we inaugurate that. So if we try to figure out the gap and the need of our university in trying to design a PC1 and put it in the Higher Education Commission or the Dec18, I think not 100%, but 50% support will be there. Thank you.
That were to make it sustainable from the financial perspective point of view. We have to move towards industry because industry is very keen about this issue of cybersecurity. I know there are some universities that have put the big firms and institutions as well. They are very keen to get a place kind of standardizing them. So we have to design the research plan in the proposal on the liquidity basis and getting some clear financials. That is one best.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sadiq, for your presentation. Now to give a perspective of Pakistan, I would like to invite the Director General for Pakistan's National Cyber Emergency Response Team, Dr. Hyderabad, who will be presenting on the recent initiatives and the collaborative opportunities with each other. Over to you, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Very good morning to everyone. Thank you so very much. I am Dr. Hyderabad and I am currently heading Pakistan's National Cyber Emergency Response Team. And I am going to present some of the Pakistan's initiatives that currently as a government level, at the national level, we are taking. And many of the questions that were asked by the Honorable Professor would be directed to me because I have the data of all the Pakistan cybersecurity currently we have. This is my brief profile. I did my master's and PhD from KTI Sweden and some of the certifications around the world, and I'm a certified ethical hacker also. I have served as a professor and head of cybersecurity at NAS and adjunct with Florida Institute of Technology, USA, Manchester University, UK, and some of the universities in China and Kazakhstan also. I have won various national and international awards that include the Fellow of the IT UK, Fellow of the ISP UK, Fellow of the British Computer Society, and Tamga Imtiaz by the government of Pakistan. So let me start with the good news. That is, we all know that the Pakistan is currently in the role modeling stage released by the ITU. Before this, Pakistan was at number 79 in the world in the ITU ranking in the area of cybersecurity. But this year, because in this last 3-4 years, there was many initiatives by the government of Pakistan that actually suddenly came onto the canvas, and that actually helped to raise Pakistan as a country, its position its global position in the context of cybersecurity in the global canvas. And Pakistan is in the role modeling country that actually ascertains that its direction and the effort that Pakistan is currently making to make this a cyber secure world we know that it's an untiring and ongoing journey that has a never-ending process. But the thing is that ITU actually recognizes the efforts that Pakistan is in the right direction. If you dig down into the deeper deployment of the cybersecurity measures, controls, contacts in different private and government organizations in Pakistan, we cannot say that we have fully complied all the standards, the guidelines that given by the different national or even the Pakistan National Cybersecurity Policy. We are in the process of inception and we are currently building the cyber secure mechanism in different organizations, starting from the government and private organizations here in Pakistan. So this should not be confused with the practical deployment and the security controls that it has been deployed in Pakistan. So this is just a direction that says that you're in the right direction, and yet it is a long and untiring journey that we have to go on. Pakistan actually released its national cybersecurity policy in 2021, and that actually outlines all the cybersecurity parameters, all the comprehensive, cohesive, and inclusive kind of cybersecurity strategy. It is available on ministry's website. If you even search on the Google, you will find this document, and it has all the details. All the details of compliance, auditing, and how an organization could govern cybersecurity in the specific context. National Cyber Emergency Response Team or the National Computer Emergency Response Team is the output of this, the PICA regulation and which is the National Cybersecurity Policy that this department has been formed. And this department is actually the strategic complier of Pakistan's cybersecurity policy across Pakistan. The main mandate of this national CERT is the governance, risk, and compliance. We are heavily involved with the government and private sector by in their capacity building, in their compliance mechanisms, also in the auditing and evaluation process, that how they can assess their cybersecurity posture within their organizations. Then we are into the capacity building of different organizations in Pakistan, starting from the technical level, governance, risk, and compliance level, and all the sphere of the cybersecurity, you could say. Indigenous technological development is also the mandate of National CERT, and we are developing our own SIEM, SOAR, NDR, XDR, Security Operations Center solution, also the auditing and evaluation kind of tools that we require, forensics tools that we require, cyber ranges for the exercises that we can do. So these are the tools that currently we are working on, and soon this will be ready to be deployed and to be given to all of the organizations in Pakistan. And we plan to give these solutions as a service to all the public and private sector organizations in Pakistan. Incident management is already being done by the National CERT, that's the Cyber Incident Management, Cyber Incident Handling, and we are collaborating with different organizations in Pakistan that I'll show in my next some of the slides. National and international collaboration with the local cybersecurity, or even all the organizations in Pakistan that actually is relying on their business on the IT sector, and also with the international CERT and international cybersecurity agencies of different countries. So National CERT is the focal point for the collaboration of national and international organizations. Then security operation centers and the cyberspace monitoring, we are doing this in collaboration with our partners from different strategic organizations in Pakistan. And hardware software screening lab is also the mandate of National CERT, that we have to develop the capabilities to actually deal with the supply chain attack that currently we have seen also in the Lebanon case, and also in the Stuxnet case, that the hardware and software that we procure from different organizations is free from the back doors and free from the loopholes that it can actually have. So national CERT in the context of national cybersecurity policy has converted this into compliable, achievable, and you can say the realistic, measurable strategy. And we have developed this document, and we have also provided these guidelines to all the government and private sectors in Pakistan that how they should proceed by complying even the Pakistan cybersecurity policy or any of the international standard if they want to comply. So this would be the strategy that these could be followed, and these guidelines would be available soon to the public also. So at every aspect, I have also highlighted that how we can collaborate in this specific context with the OIC countries. So we could see that by complying these cybersecurity policies and the strategies in different organizations, we are mainly driving this whole cybersecurity policy suite at the country level. That is issuing the policy guidelines to all the sectors in Pakistan. So we can tailor any of the specific requirement with the OIC countries that requires the policy level compliance and policy level tweaking at some level. So we would be available, and we would to negotiate with the and we would like to work closely with the OIC's countries if they would be interested to do in some kind of policy regulation that would be required to be tweaked in the specific context. There are many organizations in Pakistan working in the area of cybersecurity doing marvelous job. We have the National Center for Cybersecurity. That was the initiative by the government of Pakistan. It actually comprises more than 11 highly sophisticated labs that has been established in various universities in Pakistan, including LUM, Air University, NUST, and all NAD, Karachi, and all many of the universities from Pakistan. And they have developed many solutions, you could say, for cybersecurity, auditing and evaluation, assessment, monitoring, security operations centers, and these kind of solutions they have developed in Pakistan. We have the FIA, that is, they are also working marvelously in the area of cybersecurity, and in the wake of absence of national CERT, they were actually dealing all the incidents of Pakistan up till now. And we appreciate their efforts and concern. We have the Army Cyber Command there. The PTA has also their national telecom CERT that is dealing with all the telecom sector in Pakistan. Then we have the energy sector CERT governed by the NEPRA. State Bank is dealing with all the banking sector in Pakistan. State Bank is a sector regulator also, and also the cybersecurity compliance strategical organization for the banking sector in Pakistan also. In Air Force, we also have the Cyber Command. In academia, many universities in Pakistan has as per you asked for, there are around at bachelor's level there is around 10 universities that is offering the bachelor's level program at their bachelor level. Then at the master's and the PhD level, there are like 15, 20 universities offering maybe more than that at master's and you can say the PhD level. But bachelor level is currently in the starting phase. And you could say almost around 10 to 12 universities are currently offering the bachelor's in the area of cybersecurity currently. Pakistan Navy has also the cybersecurity initiative. They have also deployed the Security Operations Center, the NFPD also, and we have the PICA regulations and the cybersecurity, some of the guidelines available for the Pakistan. So these are all the initiatives that are the sector specific, or you can say they're organization specific, but for the OIC CERT, National CERT is actually the main collaborator, or you can say the main collaborating platform in Pakistan for these organizations to deal with the cybersecurity comprehensively at national level. So for the OIC CERT, we can facilitate the OIC countries to give some kind of facilitation by developing some kind of contact with these organizations, or even you need some kind of initiative at the national level. So national CERT would be at your service to provide you the required services that you require from us. In Pakistan, we are in the process of developing, we have developed partially, but we are in the process of developing a consolidated threat intelligence mechanism for all the organizations in Pakistan, right? There will be the sector-specific regulated threat intelligence, for example, for academia. The Higher Education Commission of Pakistan would be the sectoral CERT for the academic side. And all the universities in Pakistan has to deploy their own security operations center in their universities. For example, from University of Karachi, sir has to deploy their security operations center in the University of Karachi, NED, NAS, LUMS, all the universities, and their threat intelligence at their organizational level. This will be shared with the HEC, Higher Education Commission of Pakistan, and then Higher Education Commission of Pakistan would be sharing this with the national CERT, that is the organization dealing with the national level threat intelligence in the country. For specifically, for example, for the banking sector, State Bank of Pakistan is mandated to they have already developed a security operations center as a sectoral CERT at State Bank of Pakistan. And all the banking sector in Pakistan is actually has to deploy their own security operations center at their banking level. This will be shared with the State Bank of Pakistan, and then State Bank of Pakistan with the national CERT. So national CERT, all the sectoral CERT in Pakistan, like 10, 15, 20 sectoral CERTs, telecom, energy, NEPRA, education, and all the sectors, and the national CERT will be dealing this. So we have this consolidated kind of threat intelligence mechanism that is under deployment. Some of it is partially deployed. I'm not saying it's fully deployed, but we are in the process of development, and soon, hopefully, inshallah, it will be deployed fully. And at this specific context, we are available our services, because the one aspect with this national level threat intelligence is that we have to also collaborate with the international CERT of all the different countries, like the China CERT, the Malaysia CERT, the Kazakh CERT, and all the CERT that has been established in the specific countries. So at international level, then the national level, national CERT will be the main coordinator for this specific threat intelligence kind of mechanism. So for that specific context, we are available and we offer our services, and we are all available all the time for the OIC CERTs, that if they want to, definitely this is the requirement also, if they want to establish some kind of coordination strategies and the coordination mechanism in the context of threat intelligence with Pakistan. So we offer our services, and we are in the process of signing MOUs with different CERT, like Malaysia is in the final stage, China, and some of the countries also. So we can be the main facilitator, and we can be the main, you can say, facilitating body to establish these kind of CERT to CERT collaboration mechanisms with the international organizations, and you can say the national organizations in Pakistan. We are handling the cyber incidents in Pakistan. We have developed the strategy for the cyber incidents in Pakistan. These are some of the strategies that are shown onto the screen that has been actually reported and successfully, you could say, handled by the national CERT. And we are continuously monitoring our cyberspace at Pakistan, and for the specific context, we are also available for the you could say the OIC countries to do some kind of coordination in the context of joint incident response task force that we can build, right, jointly by joining hands with our OIC friends, or we can even organize some of the regional level cybersecurity drills that could be done to enhance the capabilities of all the member states, that they can come together and they can work on a collective wisdom to develop the expertise in the area of cybersecurity, incident handling specifically. National CERT has also taken a model that we have heavily involved the government, academia, and industry at our national level. And we have launched various programs where we are signing the memorandum of understanding with different universities around Pakistan. All the top universities are the part of this consortium, and we are offering this to any of the university that would like to be the part of this. The LUMS, IBA, NUST, LUM, Air University, GK, all are the part of this. And then we are taking the big giants like the Fortinet, the Casper, and all the security vendors, and then the government sector, the government organization like MOITT and NTISP, NITV, and all PITV, and these organizations that we have built, and we are in the process of building a consortium where all the incidents that I mentioned, for example, in the last slide, these incidents would be transformed into the research problems. And these research problems will be given to this consortium, and these organizations will work, and universities will work collectively on the research problem that has faced our country actually in the area of cybersecurity. And this will be the research for the Pakistan, specifically and geared towards Pakistan. And we are actually taking on board IPC, PEC, and all the regulators that there should be some kind of guidelines from the government side, specifically given every quarterly to these regulators in the academia to channelize the research in the specific direction that the country needs, and the research direction of our country should be aligned and should not be distorted. And there should be our students, our PhD students, or master students, even the postdoc students, the bachelor students, the internship program, and all the things should be geared towards the problems that we have in Pakistan, and we should work on developing on a collective wisdom that the Pakistan as a country could get benefit from this. So at international level, we are ready, and we offer our services to join hands with any of the country that is interested, right? And we would be able to organize some joint training programs, some workshops, or even we can launch some of the certification program if you like, jointly in the area of AI, blockchain, cybersecurity, and all that stuff. We can involve all the organizations, and you can say the academic institute of your specific countries, and we can develop the joint research projects in the area of cybersecurity, where both or maybe the multi level countries can get benefit from these joint. Say, for example, if we jointly develop a cyber range, this would be used by, for example, the Kazakhstan, for example, for Iran, from Pakistan also, and this could be provided as a service, and the people can, and their organization can do their cybersecurity exercises, the red teaming, the you can say the blue teaming, and all the exercises through. So any of the joint research program that any of the country would like, any of the countries would like to launch in the context of cybersecurity, so we would be actually happy to take this initiative. You know, most of our OIC countries are the technology consumers. We actually procure technology from different vendors, from different giants, right? And we have recently seen these the Lebanon attack and all the issues of supply chain attack that currently the pager actually exploded and actually created a devastating kind of environment for that specific country, right? So screening hardware and software forensics and hardware and software screening of these technologies is very much needed, and it is needed by almost all the countries of the OIC, right? Pakistan is in the process of developing their indigenous capabilities to screen and test these kind of devices and these kind of software and hardware that we procure. At NUST, we have developed, when I was the head of that specific lab, we developed a tool that can reverse engineer any of the firmware from some firewall, from any of the devices. It can actually take all the analysis of that, and we found out that many of the big giants, I won't take the names of the companies, but they have some kind of already embedded, intentional or unintentional. I'm not saying it's intentional or unintentional kind of backdoors or bugs that have been embedded into these devices that has been sending to these of the countries, right? So the hardware software screening is very challenging. It's very much needed from the countries like OIC, and Pakistan would be happy and delighted to work and join hands with the countries, with our brotherly countries, to work together to develop the joint and collective capabilities, inclusive kind of mechanism that we can evaluate and assess at these kind of technologies that should be and must be free of backdoors, and you can say some of the glitches that can actually harm your security infrastructure in your country. Some other specific, you could say, suggestions from my side, being the head of national CERT, head of Pakistan's national cybersecurity. We can join hands with our OIC brother countries, and we can launch regional cybersecurity exercises. You know, the UK and all different countries in Europe, they yearly do these kind of cybersecurity exercises, their regional level. The European Union also doing this on all of them. So I suggest and I propose and I request that we can join hands together, and we can make this yearly kind of exercise, yearly kind of event, and we can jointly organize cybersecurity exercises by joining hands with you. So you develop our capabilities, we develop your capabilities. So there should be a kind of collective wisdom that we can work together. Then thematic cybersecurity simulations could be developed for country-specific and region-specific, in the region-specific context that can help our organization, our national organization and your national organization to develop and train their HR on their some kind of specific thematic cybersecurity simulations that are geared towards the cyber attack kind of threat vector that they have seen into specific timeline, and we can work together on that specific context. OIC is already doing this. The next thing, that is the collaborative research workshop. They are already doing this, and we appreciate this. And this workshop is also, we are grateful to the COMSTECH and all this arranging this. So there should be, I would request there should be an increased frequency of these kind of workshops where we can do some kind of joint research publications that could be presented. Also, some of the joint research projects that they have taken, some of the countries, and the countries can see how they can collaborate and they can showcase their capabilities and we can showcase our capabilities, and there will be a kind of collective mechanism that we can work together. There could be annual cybersecurity summit at OIC level where all the OIC's countries can participate and showcase their capabilities in terms of offensive capabilities also, and in terms of defensive capabilities also. Because offensive is something that if you say no, I mean, living in this cyber space and behaving like a responsible you can say country is fine, but we need to develop our offensive capabilities also to actually test and evaluate and assess the cybersecurity kind of compliance and tools and techniques that we have developed, and how we can test and evaluate and we can improve these mechanisms. We have I also propose that jointly we have to do and we have to build a kind of mechanism where youth cyber challenges could be initiated by these countries, where our youngsters, the best brains you have, the best brains we have, they can work together and they can have some kind of collective environment where they can do they can actually exhibit and show their expertise. You can show your expertise, and then we can learn from your expertise and you can learn from our expertise. So there could be a youth cyber challenge every year. That could be a suggestion that could be initiated through this OIC platform. This was all from my side, and if you have any kind of question, I would be happy to answer.
Dr. Thank you very much for the nice presentation. As I understand, you must have a lot of resources about the artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and all this stuff. I have one suggestion regarding to your way forward.
Yeah.
We are very much keen to develop this kind of workshop and submit with the collaboration with the OIC countries. So my suggestion just for conducting workshop is not the solution of the problem. I think better to design the workshop based on simulation exercises, based on sectoral case studies. That
Yes.
would be helping a lot.
Yes.
That's it. And the second thing, Pakistan Science Foundation has a lot of initiatives about the talent cultivation, especially participation of the youth in science. So my humble suggestion at this forum, you have to be, share your ideas about how to, integrating this component for the
Sure.
youth in science.
Sure.
And sit together, we work together, so we should stay connected.
Sure, inshallah. Thank you so very much for your kind suggestions. So I am available for any of the suggestions. These are my, I'm sorry. So this is my email, and I would happy to share even my WhatsApp also. So if you have any suggestion, if any of the organizations, even Pakistani organization, other organization would like to work with us, we would be happy to do this because I am heavily engaged with the public sector, private sector, even the organization, the SMEs in Pakistan also are taking benefit from the national level initiatives that we have. Sir.
Thank you for a very informative and a very clear presentation. It made people like myself who are not all experts in this area understand the work that is required as what you are doing. But in particular, since we're compiling the outcome of this discussion and the workshop, I was particularly interested in the last slide that you had about the way forward and the action that can be undertaken. So I would really appreciate receiving copies of the slide so we can incorporate those as the suggested way forward that we are presenting.
Sure, sir.
Thank you very much.
Sure, sir.
Thank you for
Yes,
the
ma'am.
presentation.
Wa alaikum assalam.
My name is Teresa from Nigeria. My question is about the hardware and software screening lab.
About?
Hardware and software screening lab.
Yes.
So is it that all government equipment that come into Pakistan are screened before you use them, or how does it work?
Okay. So this is something, we have a standard that recently been approved by the government. It's called the PSS, Pakistan Security Standard. So according to this standard, any hardware and software that is procured outside the country or even in developing the country has to go through a screening process to check its vulnerabilities, the backdoors and all the stuff, right? This regulation will be fully functional and operational by June 2028. We have given like 4, 5, 6 years to the organization that they can prepare these kind of capabilities. Organization can develop their labs and all the stuff for screening, all the stuff. So we are in the process of developing and accrediting these labs. Say, for example, NUST is a university in Pakistan, Air University is a university in Pakistan. OIC, for example, COMSTECH here wants to establish this kind of lab here in Pakistan that they have the capabilities acquired from some of the Kazakhstan, some of the countries, and they want to establish this lab here. In COMSTECH, for example, they can establish. We as a national cert, the government of Pakistan will evaluate the capabilities of that specific lab, and we will accredit that lab as accredited cybersecurity screening lab in Pakistan, right? So any of the there will be hundred of labs in Pakistan, right? So any of the hardware and software that any of the organization in Pakistan procure from outside or even develop in Pakistan, they have to get this certified or evaluated by any of these labs that I told you, 100 labs in Pakistan. So we are in the process of developing this, and we are process of developing the tools and techniques that how you should evaluate and assess this. And if your country, you would like to join hands with us, we would be happy to do this, and we can jointly develop these kind of capabilities and labs in your country and your country also, because there is common criteria is the standard also, that is the international standard, right? Pakistan is the signatory, that is the certificate consuming country of common criteria. Common criteria is also the hardware and software. You can see mainly the software screening kind of that actually evaluates and tests the cybersecurity. So Pakistan has also developed the common criteria lab in Pakistan also. Last year we have developed and we are developing these capabilities, extending this to all the public and private organizations in Pakistan so they can evaluate their software from this specific lab. So we have the common criteria also, we have the PSS also, and any of the FIPS 140 or any of the standard that you want to access this. But Pakistan PSS would be mandatory for the Pakistani environment that any hardware and software coming in Pakistan has to go through this. But if some of the organization in Pakistan, say for example, some software company in Pakistan want to sell this software in France or in your country, then they have to go to the common criteria evaluation process. So we have the common criteria lab also in Pakistan. So I mean, Pakistan is working heavily to develop these kind of capabilities and auditing and all. I hope this answers your question. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. After one more session, we will be going for tea break. So any other questions, follow-up, you can answer during the tea. So up next, giving the presentation on measuring national and global cybersecurity index of Pakistan and OIC cert member states. I would like to invite the Deputy Director, Network Security, FIA, Ministry of Interior, Mr. Mohammed Akram Mughal. Please, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The topic that I have chosen to present in this before the respectable audience is measuring national and global cybersecurity index of Pakistan and OIC cert member states. Because of FIA cybercrime experience at OIC cert, which they have since last 15 or 16 years, since the establishment of OIC cert actually in 2008. The sequence of the presentation would be like this. First of all, I will define the objective of the presentation. Then we will define basic terminology, what we mean by who measure the national or global cybersecurity index, so the power of the country or cyber power of the country, scope of the national and global cybersecurity index. In this presentation will be defined, and then what is the index of cybersecurity, what we understand, what should we understand while we listen to this term. What is the National Cybersecurity Index? What is Global Cybersecurity Index? What is the E-Government Development Index? What is ICT Development Index? And what is the Network Readiness Index? And next I will define, I will present you the assessment of Pakistan cybersecurity posture based upon scoring above indicators. And I will also use two indicators. One is called, that has been defined by the Estonian organization, E-Governance Academy, and they have calculated the cybersecurity index of over 90 countries, including Pakistan, and that is called National Cybersecurity Index of countries. The next document that I will use is recently released by the ITU, International Telecommunication Union. International Telecommunication Union has published in August, I think, or September, I think 2nd of September, they released a document that is called Global Cybersecurity Index. Global Cybersecurity Index 2024. I will use it in this presentation to measure the cybersecurity posture of each Muslim country. What is the OIC cert and assessment of OIC cert member state cybersecurity posture based upon scores in above indicator will be presented to you. And then summary and then recommendation and question and answer, whether you would like during the presentation or at the end of the presentation. This is your decision, guys. Whenever you would like to raise question, I am here to respond.
The objective of the presentation is to develop awareness and understanding of cybersecurity index, national cybersecurity index, global cybersecurity index, e-government development index, ICT development index, and network readiness index. The second objective is to present comprehensive analysis of Muslim cyber power in OIC CERT member states and with respect to each indicator. With respect to each indicator, there is no one country. There are a separate group of countries which are powerful in each indicator. To present summary of the findings and then recommendation for Pakistan and Muslim Ummah. Who measures the National Cybersecurity Index of Pakistan? There are many organizations in the world which are measuring national and global cybersecurity index of the country. The prominent one and the most valued, the most referred one are E-Governance Academy Foundation Estonia, NCSI. They have basically defined. The NCSI has organized into categories, capacities, and indicators. The NCSI has the 3 categories, 12 capacities, and 49 indicators. The second one is International Telecommunication Union, and they measure the Global Cybersecurity Index. ITU is the oldest agency of the United Nations, I think 165-year-old agency of the United Nations, and they measure the Global Cybersecurity Index of the country. When I say National Cybersecurity Index of the country, it means holistically and conceptually, it means we are talking about the internal cybersecurity measures within a state. When I say Global Cybersecurity Index, you may call it your interior cybersecurity policy or action or measure. But when I say Global Cybersecurity Index, then we may assume it as if your foreign cybersecurity policy is in action, is in strategy, action, your CBMs, your all sort of measures which you take on the global front. These are measured through Global Cybersecurity Index. And the third one is the Harvard University NCPI, National Cyber Power Index. And they use the formula that is 1/7 summation X starts from 1 to 7, capability multiplied by intent. Capability means the capability of the country to perform or to act in the domain of cybersecurity. And intent means the set of action which displays the intent of the country in the direction of cybersecurity. So, the scope of the presentation is, this presentation will use E-Governance Academy Foundation Estonia and CSI only for cybersecurity index calculation due to time constraint and manual practice. National and global cybersecurity index of Pakistan score in each indicator will be presented, and contribution of FACCW in National Cybersecurity Index and Global Cybersecurity Index of Pakistan will be projected. Comparative analysis of Pakistan and OIC third member states cybersecurity index will also be illustrated. Muslim cyber powers among each category will be calculated and identified, and opportunities to cooperation and collaboration among Muslim cyber superpowers will be discussed. What is the index of cybersecurity? The index of cybersecurity is an indicator-based measure of the risk to the corporate, industrial, and governmental information infrastructure from spectrum of cybersecurity threats. But what is National Cybersecurity Index? The National Cybersecurity Index is a global live index which measures live means it is changing in real time, which measures the preparedness of countries to prevent cyber threats and manage cyber incidents. And what is Global Cybersecurity Index? It measures the commitment of countries to cybersecurity at a global level. What is E-Government Development Index? E-Government Development Index is a composite measure, which is a combination of multiple measures of 3 normalized indicators, such as the provision of online services, telecommunication connectivity, and human capacity. What is ICT Development Index? It is also a composite indicator that measures the development of information and communication technology sector of any country. And what is the Network Readiness Index? Its aim is to measure the degree of readiness of countries to exploit opportunities offered by ICT. The NRI, or the Network Readiness Index, seeks to better comprehend the impact of ICT on the competitiveness of the nation. The NRI is the composite of 3 components. 1, the environment for ICT offered by a given country or the community. 2, the readiness of the community's key stakeholders, individuals, businesses, and government to use ICT. And 3, the usage of ICT amongst the stakeholders. Now, what is the Pakistan status in all these defined parameters? Pakistan, on the National Cybersecurity Index, Pakistan stands at 85th position. And on the Global Cybersecurity Index, according to NCSI, because NCSI data, the latest available data was released in November 2023. Up till that time span, Pakistan was standing at 79th position. But according to ITU, Pakistan's Global Cybersecurity Index is now 41. It has changed because it was released around 1 year later after that. Pakistan's ICT index is 148. Pakistan's network readiness index is 97 in the world. And Pakistan's position in ITU Global Cybersecurity Index is that Pakistan is now at 41st position in the world and in tier 1 country. There are 5 tiers of the state. The tier 1 is the group of those countries which are leading or the role modeling states in the domain of cybersecurity, and Pakistan falls in this domain. And Pakistan has different institutions of Pakistan, as Dr. Hyderabad Sahab has illustrated and briefed about the action or the initiative which resulted in improvement of our grading or ranking at the global front. So Pakistan is now at 41st position and a leading cybersecurity nation around the globe. So this measurement is based on 5 indicators: legal measures, technical measures, organizational measures, capacity development, and cooperation measures. But what we need to understand, what does we mean by these 5 indicators? Let's see. When we say legal measure, it means the state has, or the Pakistan, or any state, or any Muslim state has cybercrime laws in the country and cybersecurity regulations in the country. If these are there, then our score will be highest. And Pakistan has 20 out of 20 score in this domain. And when we talk about the technical measures, Pakistan, it means that there is a national cert existence in the country. National cert has established. Number 2, sectoral cert are established in Pakistan. They are under process. And national framework for implementation of cybersecurity standards is in place. If we have all these indicators in place or sub-indicators in place, then our score will be 20 out of 20. We will see in the previous slide that Pakistan's score in this indicator is 18.21, just because of the reason that we have no sectoral search at the moment, and we are lagging in some areas. So our score is not up to maximum. Organizational measure. It means the national cybersecurity strategy is in place, which we have. Responsible agency is there who will execute the national strategy, who will be responsible for the implementation of national strategy or the policy. And cybersecurity metrics are defined. I think if I'm not wrong, then they are under process. Child pornography, child protection, or the strategies to prevent child exploitation are there in the country. If these measures are in place, then we will have maximum score. FIA deals with the child pornography, and we have a complete section in this law. We interact with multiple agencies, including Interpol, to address this social abuse. Let's see what is our score in this indicator. Pakistan has a 20 out of 20 in this indicator. So the next indicator is capacity building. Dr. Sahab has illustrated in detail. The breakup of this indicator is given here. Public cybersecurity awareness campaign, which we have FIA, answered, and different Ignite are basically have aggressive campaign nationwide on cybersecurity, cybercrimes, and digital forensics and related issues. So these indicators are basically defining the cooperation is the last indicator. Bilateral cybersecurity agreements are there or not. If there, we will have a score. Multilateral cybersecurity agreements with other countries are there or not. For example, are we bound to comply the United Nations resolutions different resolution on cybersecurity? Are we bound to comply the NATO resolutions regarding the cybersecurity and cyber warfare? Because these are overlapping domains. Cyber crime and cyber warfare are overlapping domains. So these membership matters a lot. These will, are we member of our, have we ratified the Budapest Convention? If we have ratified the Budapest Convention, then we will have score in this indicator. Multilateral agreements, public-private partnerships, PPPs. Dr. Brazil has stated that we are delving into much granular level and much deeper level to have such sort of partnerships. And interagency partnership. According to, on the basis of my experience, which is spanning up to 20 years in the cybersecurity, and 15 years, 17 years in the cyber crimes, I can assure you that we can reduce cyber crimes up to 50% and cybersecurity incident up to 50% if there is a right, sincere cooperation within all agencies of the state, among the all agencies of the state. Now, what is the score of Muslim countries in these indicators? For example, Saudi is the best performer in this indicator. They have 100% score according to Global Cybersecurity Index of ITU. The second best nation is Indonesia. They have also scored 100%. And the third best nation is Egypt. They have also performed up to 100%. Their score in all indicators is 20 by 20, 5 indicators. And Pakistan has scored 96.69%. So what is the objective of this calculation and measurement? The objective is to highlight those countries and identify those countries which are leader in this domain. So rest of the Muslim countries can learn from those countries which are in the leading role, which are the best performers. This is the common thing which prevails, and this is how in normal life we do. This is the graphical representation of the previous calculation, which is calculation of each countries in 5 indicators, plus the overall percentage of each country. Now, I will come back to the National Cybersecurity Index. The previous 2 slides were related to the Global Cybersecurity Index and the score of each Muslim country in all 5 indicators and the overall percentage. Now, I'm coming back to the Pakistan's position as in the National Cybersecurity Index. Pakistan ranks 79th out of 160 countries, according to e-Governance Academy Estonia. They are independent private body. They collect data that is publicly available. They do not go to the state and ask for the data. They collect data and evidence of the compliance with their indicators. If available, then they will assign score. Otherwise, if document is not available or the evidence is not available, the score will be zero. This measurement is based upon the 12 indicators: policy, threats, education, global cooperation, digital services, essential services, EID and trust services, personal services, and cyber incident response or CERT, cyber crisis management, police. Here, police means cyber police, internet police, and military. Here, military means military cyber operation. So let's see what is score of Pakistan in each indicator. For example, cybersecurity development. Pakistan scored 4 out of 7. So Pakistan's score in this indicator is 57%. I'm giving constraint of time, I will not go to the sub-indicators. You can see the sub-indicators as well and their score in each sub-indicator. The second indicator, cyber threat analysis and information. In cyber threat analysis, Pakistan scored 1 out of 5. So Pakistan got only 25%, 20% in this indicator. And education and professional development. This is the best indicator where Pakistan has performed excellent and exceptionally well. And in this indicator, Pakistan scored 8 out of 9, which is in percentage 89%. And so, what does it mean? It means Pakistan can lead rest of the country in imparting professional and academic education in the domain of cybersecurity. So Pakistan lead in this area. Contribution to global cybersecurity. Whether we have signed any MLATs, whether we have signed MOU, whether we have any bilateral agreements, whether we have signed any treaties, whether we have signed any CBMs, whether we have signed whether our cyber diplomacy is in action, whether we are focusing on this area or not. If these indicators are in place, then we will got score. We will have received score, but Pakistan got only 1 score out of 6 in this indicator. So Pakistan score in this indicator is just 17%. And protection of digital services. Pakistan score is 0 in this indicator. You can see why, because sub-indicators are absent with respect to the implementation and action. And protection of essential services. Protection of essential services in this indicator, Pakistan scored 1 out of 6, and our score is 17% in this indicator. And Pakistan score in 7th indicator, that is identification and trust sector. How trust is built? Trust is built through multiple mechanisms. For example, if there is a national level public infrastructure in place, cryptographic controls are in place, cybersecurity standards implementation like ISO 2701 implementation is in place. If this would have been in place, then our score would have been higher. So these mechanisms build trust in cyberspace. So our score in this indicator is 6 out of 9, so we got 67%. And the next 8 indicators is protection of personal data. Our data privacy bill is I think, in progress, and it is on the right forum. I think it will be enacted within a couple of months or a year or so time. But recently we have, because there is no evidence of compliance with personal data protection, we have no privacy law in place. So our score is 0, and we got 0% in this indicator. Cyber incident response, because they have no evidence publicly in the form of publicly available document in the cyberspace, so our score is in 0. I know there is a CERT in place, cyber incident response unit is in place, but because there is no evidence available to the calculating agency, so our score is 0. Otherwise, practically our score is not 0 in this indicator. And cyber crisis management. What would happen if some critical infrastructure cripples out? If some catastrophe happens due to action originated from the cyberspace, due to some attackers, whether they have intentionally done or there are hackers who have unintentionally done, their actions have trickled down our critical information infrastructure. Have we exercised? Have we some sort of agreement? Have we done some sort of drills like that? If we would have done, then our score would have been better. But in this indicator, we scored 3 out of 5, so our score is 60%. And fight against the cybercrime, this is the second best indicator out of all 12 indicators. And FAE cybercrime wing enforces the cybercrime law, and the indicator is based upon the measures taken by the state as well as FAE cybercrime wing. So we got 7 out of 9, which is 78%. Actually, we would have got 100%, and we have practically done that. That is where our score is 24/7 contact point for international cybercrime. We have done that, but we have not published it. We have not communicated. Otherwise, our score would have been 100% in this indicator. So the last indicator, military cyber operation. Don't underestimate Pakistan Army. Pakistan Army is the 9th best army in the world. This indicator is not reflecting the actual power of the Pakistan Army. This indicator is just showing that Pakistan Army has not published those documents which they are taking in the domain of cyberspace. Pakistan Army has now Cyber Command, and Pakistan Army has state-of-the-art cyber security operations center, data center, and there's totally isolated wide and wireless network. So it doesn't mean that they're poor performer. They are best performer, I think so, with respect to all indicators, with respect to all measurement in the sub-indicator. But they have not published their documents. So that is why their score is 17%. Now, what is the OIC, sir? The Organization of Islamic Cooperation has approved and accepted the resolution on collaboration of computer emergency response team. Among the OIC member countries, the resolution was approved during the 35th session of Council of Foreign Ministers of the OIC meeting in Kampala, Uganda on 18 to 20, 2008. And I was, the great blessing of Almighty that I was present in the first ever session of OIC CERT in 2009 that commenced and organized by the Cybersecurity Malaysia. And it was in January 14 to 13 to 15 in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. So I was part of that attendance with my seniors. OIC served as an affiliated institution of OIC. The organization, and Pakistan is the founding and full member. Actually, FIA was, according to the Section 49 of Prevention of Electronic Crimes Act 2016 and Section 51 of the PICA, FIA was empowered to play the role of CERT as well at that time in the absence of national CERT. So we did, and we played the role up to the national limits and up to the available resources. And it was the initiative of the then ADG of FIA. We proposed that this sort of forum should be in place. So that was Pakistan has an honor that Pakistan gave an idea that this sort of OIC CERT should be established among all Muslim countries. So Pakistan is not only full member, but the founding member of this forum as well. And now look at the graphical representation of OIC member state security posture that comprises of 4 indicators, which I defined in the initial slides of the presentation. You can see Saudi Arabia performing all the time well in all indicators, whether it is Global Cybersecurity Index, National Cybersecurity Index, E-Government or ICT Development Index, or Network Readiness Index. They're performing exceptionally well. Qatar is a model state. We should learn a lot from that state. So they scored 100% in GCI, and they are exceptionally well in all indicators. And they are investing a lot of, you can say they have allocated the budget, resources, manpower, and everything which they can do in the domain of cybersecurity. This is the graphical calculation and representation of OIC member state National Cybersecurity Index. So you can see that the countries who are on the top and the countries who are on the bottom line. And OIC member state Global Cybersecurity Index. So again, Saudi Arabia was just second best country in the world out of 194 countries with respect to GCI or GCI. Similarly, other countries like Malaysia, they are exceptionally well. Egypt, UAE, they are brilliant in this domain. And Turkey, we can learn a lot from these countries if we have planned to implement all those objectives which we have defined. Network Readiness Index. In this index, again, you can say UAE is the best, and Qatar is the best. Turkey is the best. Malaysia is the best. Saudi Arabia is the best. And E-Government or ICT Development Index, you can say Saudi Arabia again on the top line. Bahrain, Qatar, Egypt, they're all great performer in this domain. And in military cyber operations, with respect to the available data and publicly available data, the best performer in this domain is Indonesia, one of the leading countries, and they have brilliant cryptography as well. Azerbaijan, Bangladesh, Nigeria, Jordan, there are great performers in the cyber operation, military operation. Fight against the cybercrime. Azerbaijan, Bangladesh, Morocco, Turkey, and Pakistan are amongst the toppers. Cyber crisis management. Morocco on the top. Tunisia, Turkey, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Bahrain. Rest of the countries can learn a lot from these countries with respect to cyber crisis management. And cyber incident response in this domain, the toppers are Brunei Darussalam, Egypt, UAE, Bangladesh. So we can learn cyber crisis management from these countries. And protection of personal data in percentage. So Saudi Arabia, Oman, Indonesia, they're all, most of the countries are best performers in this domain. E-identification and trust services. Indonesia is again exceptional. Kazakhstan, Morocco, they're all best performer, touching the 90% score in this domain. And in protection of essential services score in percentage, we can see that Indonesia, Malaysia, Azerbaijan, Bahrain, and Morocco are on the top of the list. So rest of Muslim countries, what I suggest that there should be multiple leading groups, multiple leader groups. So all those countries who are on the top in each indicator, they must be leader in that group. And so rest of countries should learn from their experiences, from their knowledge, from their skills, from their insight and implementation. Protection of digital services score in percentage. We can see that Morocco is again on the top, Malaysia and Tunisia is on the top. And contribution to global cybersecurity score in percentage. We can see that Saudi Arabia, Oman, Malaysia, they are on top of the list. And we can learn those set of action strategies, international cooperation measures, which they have taken to strengthen their national cybersecurity and global cybersecurity. And rest, there should be a think tank among the Muslim countries who can conduct a similar sort of research. So we can formulate centers of excellence in all the Muslim countries with respect to their strength. Education and professional development score in percentage. You can say Malaysia up to 100%. Egypt up to 100%. Tunisia up to 100%. Pakistan up to 89%. So we can learn from these countries. They are professionally competent people, their development, their higher education, their bachelor and undergrad programs in cybersecurity, internationally competitive. Their certification, certified professionals are internationally competitive, so we can learn from their experience as well. Cyber threat analysis and information score in the percentage. We can see that Malaysia is again on the top, and the permanent secretariat of OIC CERT is also located in Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, Bangladesh, Qatar. And I would like to share you that my two brothers are serving in the domain of cybersecurity. One is in military agency of Qatar, and second one is in Supreme Court of the Qatar. And they told me that you cannot imagine the level of investment they have made. We cannot take. They asked me that we are not allowed to take photograph of their thoughts. Otherwise, we would have shown you that what sort of investment they have made on their security operations center. Cybersecurity policy development score in percentage. We can see again Qatar and Turkey are on the top of the list. So we must have specific group within the OIC CERT, which are in the leading position, so that we can learn from their experience, knowledge, and insight. And recommendation, summary of the presentation is that Malaysia, KSA, Morocco, and Azerbaijan are top-ranked Muslim countries in National Cybersecurity Index. KSA, Malaysia, UAE, and Turkey are top-ranked Muslim countries in Global Cybersecurity Index. And UAE, Malaysia, KSA, Qatar are top-ranked Muslim states in Network Readiness Index. KSA, Bahrain, Qatar, and Egypt are top-ranked Muslim cyber powers in Government or ICT Development Index. Top performing countries in the military cyber operations indicator are Indonesia, Malaysia, Azerbaijan, Bangladesh, Jordan, and Nigeria, and Pakistan. But due to absence of evidence, top performing countries in the fight against cybercrime indicator: Azerbaijan, Bangladesh, Morocco, Nigeria, Pakistan, Turkey. Top performing countries in the cyber crisis management indicator are Morocco, Tunisia, Turkey, Bahrain, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Indonesia. And top performing countries in the cyber incident reporting response indicator are Brunei, Egypt, UAE, Bangladesh, and the top performing countries in the protection of personal data indicated are Saudi Arabia, Oman, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Brunei. And the top performing countries in the e-identification and trust services are Indonesia, Kazakhstan, Morocco, and the top performing countries in the protection of essential services indicated are Indonesia, Malaysia, Azerbaijan, and Morocco. And the top performing countries in the protection of digital services are Morocco, Tunisia, Malaysia, and the top performing countries in the contribution to global cybersecurity indicator are Saudi Arabia, Oman, Malaysia, and Turkey, and the top performing countries in the education and professional development indicator are Malaysia, Egypt, Tunisia, and Pakistan. And the top performing countries in the cyber threat analysis and information indicator measures are Malaysia, Bangladesh, and Qatar. And the top performing countries in the cybersecurity policy development indicator are Qatar, Turkey, Bahrain, Bangladesh, Egypt, and Malaysia. And what are the recommendations? Pakistan and Muslim Ummah must develop close cooperation with Malaysia, KSA, Morocco, and Oman to learn and improve national cybersecurity index of their respective countries. Pakistan and Muslim Ummah must develop close cooperation with KSA, Malaysia, UAE, and Turkey to learn and improve global cybersecurity index. And Pakistan and Muslim Ummah must develop close cooperation with UAE, Malaysia, and KSA, and Qatar to learn and improve network readiness index. And Pakistan and Muslim Ummah must develop close cooperation with KSA, Bahrain, Qatar, and Egypt to learn and improve e-government or ICT development index. And Pakistan and Muslim Ummah must develop close cooperation with Indonesia, Malaysia, Azerbaijan, Bangladesh, Jordan, and Nigeria to learn and improve military cyber operations. Muslim Ummah must develop close cooperation with Azerbaijan, Bangladesh, Morocco, Nigeria, Pakistan, and Turkey to learn and improve the fight against cybercrime. And Muslim Ummah must develop close cooperation with Morocco, Tunisia, Turkey, Bahrain, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Indonesia to learn and improve cyber crisis management. Pakistan and Muslim Ummah must develop close cooperation with Brunei, Egypt, UAE, Bangladesh to learn and improve the cyber incident response. And Pakistan and Muslim Ummah must develop close cooperation with Saudi Arabia, Oman, Indonesia, Malaysia, Brunei, Egypt, Bahrain, Kazakhstan, Kuwait, Pakistan, Morocco, Nigeria, Qatar, Tunisia, Turkey, and Uzbekistan to learn and improve the protection of personal data. Pakistan and Muslim Ummah must develop close cooperation with Indonesia, Kazakhstan, and Morocco to learn and improve the e-identification and trust services. Pakistan and Muslim Ummah must develop close cooperation with Indonesia, Malaysia, Azerbaijan, Bahrain, Morocco to learn and improve protection of essential services. Pakistan and Muslim Ummah must develop close cooperation with Morocco, Tunisia, Malaysia to learn and improve the protection of the digital services. And Pakistan and Muslim Ummah must develop close cooperation with Saudi Arabia, Oman, Malaysia, and Turkey to learn and improve contribution to global cybersecurity. Muslim Ummah must develop close cooperation with Malaysia, Egypt, Tunisia, and Pakistan to learn and improve education and professional development. And Pakistan and Muslim Ummah must develop close cooperation with Malaysia, Bangladesh, Qatar to learn and improve the cyber threat analysis and information. Pakistan and Muslim Ummah must develop close cooperation with Qatar, Turkey, Bahrain, Bangladesh, Egypt, and Malaysia to learn and improve the cybersecurity policy development. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you very much, everyone. We'll just take a 15-minute tea break and we'll be back and resuming the session at 11:45. So let's stick with the time, please. So, welcome back, everyone. We are moving on to the session 4 now, which will be covering the basic domain of cyber threats. So for the first presentation, I would like to invite Mr. Faisal Amir Malik, who is the Chief Solution Architect of EBC, Middle East and Central Asia region, Huawei Technologies UAE. Please, sir.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum and good morning. It was wonderful presentation sessions today in the morning and a lot of insight into what's happening with cybersecurity. So I thought I would, but there was one very good thing which was being discussed was network readiness, because how good we are in terms of cybersecurity and for a country or enterprises at large scale or a small scale, it is also somehow directly or indirectly interlinked with our network readiness. So my topic is more around that. My name is Faisal Amir Malik. I'm working as CTO for Huawei, Middle East and Central Asia. A little bit of my introduction before I start. I've been working with Huawei for almost 19 years now. I started my career in Huawei, Pakistan, here back in 2005. And I worked in Huawei, Pakistan for almost 10 years, 10 year plus, and was one of the founding members of Huawei's business in Pakistan. And then they transferred me to Middle East to look after almost 21 countries. And I'm working as CTO. I look after all the solution strategy for the enterprise business of Huawei. So it's my honor and pleasure to be here at this forum and talking about my input into this very, very important subject. So before I start and I go ahead, what is actually happening? Why suddenly cybersecurity from the time we introduced maybe maybe I would say when first two machines connected together or multiple machines connected together, the security threat came from that time. But now suddenly cybersecurity has become even hotter topic at enterprise level, country level, or we were talking about education sector, different sectors. So what is actually happening is that post COVID-19, especially digital transformation, and I would say in the last 1 year, AI transformation has really speeded up. So we have moved from analog to digital, and now we are talking about everything AI. And I think in the last even week, if you have updated your WhatsApp, you have an AI agent even in your WhatsApp. So digital transformation and AI transformation, everything going smart, everything going digital. I'm talking about smart hospitals, smart cities, smart university, smart transportation, smart this, smart that, and now intelligent this, intelligent hospital, intelligent university, intelligent education. All of these things have actually increased the footprint or the surface area of attackers and vulnerability area for all of us. So that is one of the key reasons why cybersecurity has become even hotter subject for all of us at an enterprise level, personal level, international level, or I would say national level. On the other hand, we also see massive changes happening in three key areas. One is at the individual level. At the individual level, as I said, now I think if you are using Twitter, you're using Instagram, you're using WhatsApp. They were smart applications, but now they are intelligent applications. So we all have AI agents into these applications. So on terms of bandwidth, in terms of complexity, in terms of now, before coming here, I changed my phone. And I bought a new phone because my old phone was doing some malfunctioning in terms of battery. But there was something very disappointing. I had to comply, but it was quite disappointing. One was that every single application which I was installing was pushing me to give them permissions which I don't want. Like every single application wants access to my contact list. Every single application I'm installing wants access to my personal pictures library. So much so that every single application where notification, I usually don't switch on notifications on any single app because I'm traveling, it gives me anxiety, so many notifications are coming. Now the applications were forcing me to
switch on the notification. So what I'm trying to say is that we are losing control on our gadgets more and more day by day. And of course, I personally, I think data protection, data security, I don't know where does actually it stands, no matter what I do with my device. On the same level, at the household, on the household level, we are having more and more bandwidth coming to our homes, moving from few Mbps to Gbps. So, and our gadgets at home are becoming smarter. That also increases the footprint of cyber attacks in our homes. And of course, now I think not in Pakistan, but if you go to other countries and soon here as well, EVs are increasing. We have EVs here as well, but now our cars are also become now more and more EVs. In the next few years, we would have more 30 to 40% EVs being used, all of them being connected. So in our household, same thing is happening. Industries, I'm going to talk about later. So just to let you know that why cybersecurity, in my opinion, is becoming kind of an out of control subject. So is apprehensions we are showing around AI. But when we move forward, when we are talking about cybersecurity, when we are talking about national level development, networks, why I chose networks as my subject, that networks still remain a very, very important fundamental of where the attacks would happen, of where we have to protect ourselves from being attacked. So as you can see on the presentation, now what are the networks? We have campus networks, talking about Wi-Fi, and Wi-Fi at Huawei, we have introduced Wi-Fi 6. We have already introduced Wi-Fi 7. Wi-Fi 7 can do almost 16 Gbps per access point. And I can give 3.8 Gbps to every single user. So imagine how important it becomes for you to introduce security in Wi-Fi environment as well. That's why as Huawei, we have introduced a feature called Wi-Fi Shield in Wi-Fi for the first time to protect you from the hackers while you're sitting in a coffee shop or in any other environment. Metro networks, backbone networks, data center networks. And so networks are becoming wider, faster, lower in latency, and they're spreading everywhere. So network is not only in your data center, network is not only in your campus environment, or you're not interconnected through a telecom network. It's becoming very, very, very vast. So definitely it is impacting our readiness in terms of cybersecurity. Then let's look at enterprises. Now let's look at universities. Universities, I talked to universities across the region in 21 countries. Earlier, universities would only talk about connectivity. Then universities started talking about IoT. And now universities are talking about robotics and so many other applications when it comes to network environment. So their surface area for attacks is becoming bigger. Let's talk about offices. Let's talk about now offices or enterprise is also becoming different. Earlier, office meant connecting you to office applications and environment. But now production networks are also becoming part of office environment. Let's talk about banks as well. Banks in the last few years are transforming massively. I'll show you some examples later on. SD-WAN has become the hottest topic in banking sector in the last 3 years. We have deployed so many SD-WAN networks in banking sector. That is because now they don't want to only interconnect their branches. They want to connect users, branches, machines, so many other things. And similarly, we talk about government departments. I think we had a presentation from our friend from FIA and other entities. So there is massive network transformation taking place in all kind of enterprises. So let's connect it to later how it is impacting cybersecurity. Now let's get inside the data center. What's happening? What is the change happening inside the data center? Inside the data center, the architecture is moving from centralized architecture to a distributed architecture. Earlier, organizations would have one data center to protect and to work on. Then they had maybe two data centers, one active, one standby, or maybe active. And then now it is active and a DR, and then active DR and a backup.
and so on and so forth. That means, again, coming back to the point that how many data centers you need to protect. It's again getting very complex. And similarly, service nature of the data centers is also changing. Earlier, you would connect from an office environment to the data center, which is located in your data center environment. Then post COVID-19, your employees are connecting from the office to your data center, from a coffee shop to your data center, from their homes to the data center, from anywhere in the world to your data center. So that means, again, as a network manager, as a person who is running this enterprise, the complexity has multiplied maybe hundreds of times. And similarly, O&M model is become very complex. As my operational model becomes complex, my O&M model becomes complex. Then, from the capability perspective, from technology perspective, also there is massive change. Now look at campus network. Campus networks are moving from, as I said, earlier, one Wi-Fi AP would give maximum few hundred Mbps per single user. When Wi-Fi 6 came, every single access point was able to give you maybe 4 Gbps. Theoretically, it was 9.6 Gbps. With Wi-Fi 7, now practically you can give 16 Gbps. Theoretically, you can give up to 24 Gbps. And every single user can have maybe 3.8 Gbps. Again, a lot of bandwidth being thrown towards the user. Now, don't look at the bandwidth being thrown towards the user. Imagine what a hacker can do in return from a Wi-Fi network. Earlier, maybe a hacker is not getting enough bandwidth to attack your data center or your network environment. But now every single user sitting in a coffee shop has 3 to 4 Gbps available to him to maybe launch a quantum computing style of attack towards an enterprise, even while he's traveling. So the dynamics are changing. Similarly, WAN networks are becoming very massive. Earlier, we used to provide backbones to telcos, to large government entities. The backbone would be maximum 400 Gbps in terms of capacity. Now the backbones are becoming terabits in capacity. Data centers would have maybe a few hundred nodes in a data center, but now in a hyperscaler data center environment, maybe the number of nodes is moving from few hundreds to thousands. So again, things are drastically changing. So I showed you a lot of changes happening in our network environment, from campus, from data center to WAN. And this all comes back to, like you said, network readiness and thus cybersecurity readiness. So what kind of network do I need? So as Huawei, what we say is that at the end of the day, you need an intelligent network. You need a network which relies on the principle of big data and AI to manage your network environment, which uses the capabilities of big data and AI also to protect your environment. So it's not only deploying a network, managing a network. Like I have been a network personnel for years, and I used to love command line. I did my certification. I never wanted to let go my capabilities and my expertise on command line. But now I cannot do that because within every organization, the network managers are no more network managers, but they are network service providers. They have to let go command line. They have to not move to GUI, but they have to use new tools which are based on big data and AI. And as Huawei, we are moving to a new domain, new paradigm where we are bringing in network management tools, which we call our autonomous driving networks. Because why are we doing that? Sometimes when we go to the network managers, I go to them and I tell them the networks are becoming ADN. And they say, will we lose job? And I say, no, you will not lose job. But why? Because your job is not now to manage the network. Your job now is to protect the network. Your job is now to provide services. So you have to get used to this kind of new environment. Then as Huawei also, we are setting future direction of how and what will be happening to the networks in the next
10 years. I'll not go into this one by one, but as you can see, there are certain important elements like zero trust networks, autonomous driving networks, deterministic experience, and I would say ultra low latency and computation and network integration. Now, these things later in slides, I will show you how they are connected to network security. So you need to keep an eye on what is the future trend. So I'm talking about where networks are today. They are so advanced that it's becoming difficult for us to protect them. So imagine what is the challenge coming for you in terms of network security, cyber security, 10 years down the road. Now let's come to the main subject, which is network security. How it is now, what all I said, how it is impacting network security. Let's see. Let's talk about what is the challenge right now in terms of, we talked about ransomware. You know, how much is the highest amount paid single-handedly in ransomware? $75 million. It's 70 written here, but it's actually $75 million was paid in ransomware by a single entity, which was not a normal enterprise. It was Fortune 50 enterprise. Do you think they had no money to protect their network environment and get hacked and then hosted, become a host to entity which took $70 million or $75 million out of them? So this is the size of challenge we are facing. So imagine what would happen to us if we get attacked or we are a host of this kind of activity. Then there are other statistics like 16 days of work was lost in terms of similar kind of activity. 1.85 million average was the cost spent to upgrade networks. Somebody asked, I think the earlier sessions, that we have financial crisis. How would we overcome during financial crisis? How would we overcome the challenge of upgrading your network? So, from my experience, as I said, I am in one country every single other day across Middle East and Central Asia. It's not only our challenge; it is the challenge of very, very developed countries in Middle East and Central Asia. There maybe the country is very rich, but the enterprises, very critical enterprises. I was doing the network insight of a very critical enterprise in one of these very rich countries. They had not done their network patch upgrade in the last 3 years. So it's not always money problem. It was people capability problem. They did not have experts available to them. Again, not a money problem. There were some other management issues. So networks can be vulnerable for so many reasons. And 80% of the organizations are attacked again. Now, this is very dangerous. 80% of the organizations are attacked again after being attacked for the first time, or even become host to ransomware activity, even paying for the ransomware activity. So this is the kind of challenge we are facing. Now, this is our diagram, a picture I really like, and I like to show to ICT personnel. Look on the screen. So this is what I was saying earlier. If I can show you, yeah. So that is what I was saying. Now, when we say we need to protect ourselves, cybersecurity is becoming a big issue. So these are, okay, this is easier said than done. Now, for a IT administrator or a manager of a complex enterprise, this is what is happening for him. Earlier, he would be protecting this data center, and you sitting in the same building and connecting with him. Then the organization said, okay, let's build another data center. So he built another data center. Okay, 2 data centers, people accessing from still offices and buildings, secure environment, very strict regulations, patches upgraded, blah, blah, blah. All the jargon which we talk about in workshops, very, very beautiful. Then after COVID, now he has branches connected to him. The users are connected to him on the VPNs, and somebody is connecting to him from coffee shop. I am connecting to my Huawei network sometimes through airport, sometimes through sitting in an airplane. I was connecting sitting from here, what's happening with my work and emails and blah, blah, blah. So, and through this Wi-Fi, I'm not sure this Wi-Fi was secure or not. So it's now the challenges of network personnel or cybersecurity personnel in an enterprise is are exploding. It's very disruptive times. You saw what happened with CrowdStrike. Who got impacted by CrowdStrike here in Pakistan? Huh? You know CrowdStrike, what happened in the last few months ago? So everyone was using this application or platform, CrowdStrike, all the enterprises were using for their network security and cyber security and different requirements. It went down all over the world by one patch upgrade. I was in Dubai. The leading banks over there went down. People went home. Nothing was working. You know, so there is no limit to what we can do in terms of protecting ourselves. Okay. Then I'll skip few slides and I'll continue. So within now, when I build this kind of environment, so this is again happening to me. Okay, service cloudification. Now, as I said, now again, cloud is bringing another challenge for the enterprise. In the Middle East, now every single enterprise is connected to at least 3 to 4 cloud operators. One is even in Pakistan, the same is the situation that maybe I'm first connected to my own data center. I am connected to maybe government cloud for certain services. Now I'm connected to maybe Microsoft Azure for certain services. I'm connected to Amazon for some, my enterprise is connected to Amazon for some backup services or some computing services, or Google, Alibaba, Huawei. So, and on average, every organization is connected to at least 6 cloud operators. So that is becoming more, bringing more complexity to the network managers or the administrators when it comes to cybersecurity. Similarly, local breakout. Earlier, I would provide internet services. Mostly attackers enter through internet, or of course internally as well, 40 to 50%, and even sometimes more. But if let's assume the attacks are coming from internet. So earlier, I would save myself by giving everyone a proxy through the data center. But now everyone needs to connect to certain cloud services from the branches. So I need to give them local breakout to these cloud services and internet services from the branches. Again, my complexity is increasing. And hybrid working model, like as I said earlier, I would work from office, but now I'm working from undefined places of the world, and I'm trying to connect to my office environment. So the challenge again is different. I'll skip this and come to the architecture. So to answer all of this, what is happening with this hybrid working model, people connecting from all over the place to the enterprise, multi-cloud strategy, branches, expanding for the enterprises, and all these challenges. Gartner defined an architecture called TASM. How many of you have heard this word, TASM? Okay, few of you. So what was happening was, earlier, we would do all of this using a technology called SD-WAN. How many of you have heard SD-WAN? Okay, few of them, network people. So SD-WAN was actually kind of a virtual network, defining a virtual network over a public network. So rather than I use these lines to come to my data center, pay very high cost, I would use the hybrid model of lease lines and internet to come to my data center services and cloud. It became not a popular technology, but a necessary technology after COVID-19. So when the world came back from COVID-19, this became the most critical deployment that happened all over the world, and every enterprise adopted. But then they realized that this is serving their network requirements, but this is not answering so many cybersecurity issues that are coming with it. So then the world, or the Gartner, or the organizations like us, defines a new definition called, or architecture called SASE, Secure Access Secure Edge, that we would do SD-WAN, but we would do it in a secure way. We would use different capabilities, or all the capabilities that are available to us, right from the terminal to the gateway, to the firewalls, or firewall as a service, and then come to the cloud. And as you can see on the diagram, bottom line is, it can be your mobile phone, your laptop, your tablet, your home, PC, anywhere you're sitting, connecting to your office, or it can be, so any environment connecting to your office. So what would you do? You would connect through a router, through a gateway, and from that gateway, you would come to certain services which are being provided by your enterprise or a cloud provider, and then you would have some intelligent architecture on the top to do all kind of threat analysis, log analysis, and send any kind of patch upgrade or any kind of protection to your network environment down to your single tablet or PC or laptop if it is still vulnerable. So at that layer, we call it EDR, that can be loaded on your laptop or any device, so you can be protected. So this is a security reference architecture, which was defined by Gartner and then adopted by all of us vendors around the world to protect ourselves, but at least evolve in a better way and become more secure in our enterprise environment. So this has different aspects. So as Huawei, we also launched our SASE platform. So it has different elements. I'll quickly go through them one by one because it's very detailed. So from the cloud perspective, so we built the capability. So for an enterprise to go to a cloud environment or a multi-cloud environment, or collect to our SASE platform where you can have threat analysis or threat awareness of not thousands of threats happening all over the world. So because what happens is that an enterprise, no matter how effective they are, how ready they are, they can never be ready enough to know what's happening globally. So they still need to connect to certain players globally, locally, nationally, to have the latest information around more latest vulnerabilities and threats. So what we have done is we have made it available on a private cloud environment that can be inside your data center or your enterprise. Second part is the network part. So the biggest challenge that happens is that when we define SASE, practically, like I was working with a bank in Pakistan on SD-WAN and later SASE, the biggest challenge for them was that because of network uncertainty, I would say, or network unavailability sometimes, or the bandwidth issues, on every single branch, they were connected to 6 to 7 ISPs. So that created a challenge for us because from every single router, we had to give them connectivity to many ISPs at the same time. So that is where we redefined our network architecture, that from the branch in a SASE environment, you may need to connect to 3 to 4 ISPs for higher reliability. You need to connect to, as I said, 5 to 6 cloud operators because of your enterprise requirements. So no matter what kind of network architecture you need to deploy, how complex it is. Maybe, for example, I'm working in Saudi Arabia with the banks. Every bank has 2,800 branches, then 1,500 drive-through ATMs. So on average, there are 3,000 branches connected on every single SD-WAN or SASE architecture. So that makes the network very complex. So as Huawei, we have defined the capability to handle the most complex network architecture in this environment. Then also on the edge. Now another challenge came. Earlier, we were doing, all vendors were doing SD-WAN on the routers. So then we realized that we need to not only put SD-WAN in the router, we need to put maybe some edge computing capability in the router. Then we realized, oh, we need to build maybe access controller in the router. Then we were able to still do that and start offering it to the customers. But when the security overhead came and we had to redefine the SASE architecture on the branch, we realized that we need more powerful chipset on our routers. We need more powerful devices on our edge that can do routing, all the user experience capabilities, and all the security requirements, firewall, IPS, IDS, all these things on those edge devices, which can handle these kind of complex operations. So this is another important aspect of defining your SASE architecture. And one of the most important is performance, the capability of this device, which is sitting on your edge branch. Then another part is endpoint security. Earlier, there were things like MDM, there were things like posture detection and all of those things. But what we saw practically was that this was not enough. So we, as vendors, we also, not us also, other vendors as well. So we brought this EDR, EDR platforms for the end user devices. So what happens is that if I deploy this EDR client on your on your device, its job is not only to protect your device, keep all your patches updated, upgraded, but also, for example, if your device gets, no, this was happening earlier, but if your device gets attacked by a ransomware hacker, can I have the capability of get this device free or frozen or limit the capability of that attack? So these are the capabilities that we built onto these SASE centralized platforms, that not only to protect these devices, but also to get them out of that situation or unfreeze them from that attack, from whatever is happening in a network environment. And then there are also a lot of other capabilities around advanced persistent threats, because APTs have become one of the biggest challenge. And most of the time, APTs come from the end user devices, from the client side. They come into your network environment, they sit there for months, and suddenly overnight, an attack would happen and it would spread in your network environment. So, so these are the capabilities that we built around around this SASE architecture. Then the question is, was this not happening earlier? And the answer is, it was all happening earlier, but it was happening in bits and pieces. So if you go to a practical enterprise, they would have firewall from one vendor. They would have clients, of course, from so many devices. They would have MDM or an EDR platform from another vendor. They would have SD-WAN coming from third vendor. And at the end, security needs a very integrated and comprehensive management of the whole environment. So if, like somebody was saying, that if we can make our agencies and the country work together, we can reduce the cybersecurity threats to maybe 50%. So imagine for an enterprise, if you have so many vendors working in your environment, so much so that inside the data center, the perimeter firewall is coming from another vendor, and your maybe edge firewalls or other firewalls are coming from second vendor or third vendor, and you're so on and so forth. So your security definitely gets better or compromised. So that is why we have launched these kind of platforms where at least the management, I'm not saying that you don't put a heterogeneous multi-vendor environment. Sometimes it's good that your one vendor is compromised, your other vendor is not compromised. But the management still has to be converged to a single centralized platform. So that was all for my presentation from what's happening in hybrid network environment. What are the tools available or the strategies available now for the enterprises to protect themselves? Because we are talking about national level security or cyber security, but at the end of the day, it all boils down to how secure our enterprises are in a country. For example, how secure are our telcos, how secure are our banks, how secure are our critical infrastructure organizations. For example, if we are launching something at the national level, but if my power companies get hacked or controlled by some hackers or ransomware malified entities, I still cannot do enough. So that was all. And then we all, as Huawei, we have also launched this program, a Discover a SASE program. So my presentation was a very, very simple summary because I only have like 35 minutes. So we have launched this program. You can become part of this program. You can go to our website and become part of Discover High-Tech SASE or Discover Huawei SASE program. What will happen is that you would become a SASE Discover Explorer. We will first, you are a large enterprise, government enterprise, non-government enterprise. We would come to you and we would make you discover our capabilities, overall cybersecurity capabilities. We would make you aware of the threats available, the tools available to secure your organization. In the second step, we would invite you to our events. similar ones where our experts would come and they would give you in-depth demo of these platforms, that how these platforms are working. As a third step, if you are, of course, interested, there can be an on-site POC or a specific demo for you, or a threat insight or a network insight for your organization. Where do you stand for using our expertise in terms of cybersecurity or network security? And you can, and of course, once you have been through this program, you can win a lot of prizes as well. And we would invite you to our global events happening in Dubai and also in I think Uzbekistan in May. And a lot of our clients, our customers, participants of these programs have been there to learn more around cybersecurity, network security in particular, and ICT security. So that was all from my presentation. I just tried to go one step down when we talk about cybersecurity. It's a very vast subject. I went one step down to let you know what is happening on network layer in overall in campus environment, on a hybrid workforce environment, and what are the tools available to you practically to do this, to do the job that you want to do as a cybersecurity expert of your organization or a network security expert of your organization. Thank you very much. I'm available on LinkedIn everywhere, so you can contact me later on. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Yes, please, please, please.
Oh, can you tell me that how can Zero Trust has advanced cyber threats like APCs and uh, insider attacks? So yeah, how can it help them?
It's a good question. See, zero trust, again, zero trust, what I tell my customers is that zero trust does not come from a single application being deployed in your organization. Zero trust comes from an overall strategy. First of all, is of course, you need to have the right policy defined. You need to have the right framework. You need to have right tools, like I showed EDR and other tools to implement your zero trust access policy in your enterprise. Then you need to educate your people as well, because I was with one government entity yesterday. They were telling me that in spite of all the policies and tools being implemented in the enterprises, phishing email still is one of the largest source of people still getting their whole enterprise network hacked, or their devices being taken over or destroyed or damaged, whatever. So it also boils down to the better education of your people. And then I gave him example of us in Huawei, that when we joined Huawei, you cannot pass your provision, no matter how good you are, if you have not passed the cybersecurity exam. And we have to pass this exam every second, third month. And it keeps coming, keeps becoming more and more complex and more real time according to our situations. So it comes down to the policies as well. And not only that, consistency in the policy. So zero trust comes from all of this being implemented, all of this together. So sometimes people talk about zero trust and try to sell a software. The zero trust is some application, please install this application and you have zero trust. Okay. Any other questions, please? Oh, yeah.
Do you think that the open source solution that helps to achieve network security? If it is yes, then why the vendors they are reluctant and they are some kind of creating hindrance to open source solutions? And what are the Huawei, you can say the efforts they have put to the open source solution?
Okay.
Please.
Very, very good question. See, okay, let me see how to answer this. There is always two directions of the industry. Okay, since the platforms started coming, since the operating systems came, middleware came, all these things came, even cloud came, open source, and plus what we do as vendors, these are always, these are two ways. When I go to customers, either it's their network. When SD-WAN came, a lot of customers said we would go for open source platform like Open Daylight and all of that. We would not go with a vendor-based SD-WAN, SDN platform. We never stopped them. We said, you're most welcome to choose whatever you want as your strategy. But what challenges they face is that we are very focused technology companies, me and so many others. I'm not saying who is good, who is not good. Everyone is good, let's assume. So we are very focused technology companies. Like for Huawei, I'm spending $23 billion on my R&D. $23 billion every year on my research and development to continuously develop the capabilities of the products which I offer to the industry. So where problem comes is that organizations, they deploy open source, but they themselves lack in continuous investment into the development of that open source platform. So open source comes as a strategy of one of the I'm talking very practically. I'm not debate. So one CIO comes, he says, I want to go open source. Good strategy. He's brave. I always encourage such people that you're brave, go ahead with it. And then that CIO changes, and then another one comes. Maybe he thinks that this is not the right strategy. The investment goes down in terms of what needs to be done around that open source platform. And then 3-4 years down the road, the same organization then rips that open source platform off and then puts a vendor-based strategy. Again, it's not, again, open source or not open source. When you look at the enterprise architecture, there are so many places where you can go open source. You should go open source. Why not? You can create a TCO balance in your enterprise. But certain places, you should not go open source. You should eventually buy what's the best available in market and focus on your services that you want to give to your end user rather than reinventing the wheel for yourself and keep doing that. So this is what practically is happening in the industry around open source. So it's customer's choice, but this is the trade-off. And before I finish, I give you another example of near example of SD-WAN. So when SD-WAN came, everyone said that we don't want to go with top vendor. They're trying to sell us their routers. So we would go with a simple SDN platform, and we would deploy VCP at the edge. Okay, and we even felt okay. If everyone goes this way, nobody would buy SD-WAN from us or maybe Cisco or others. It's fine. This is industry's choice. We will do something else. But what happened 2 years down the road, and every customer I would go to, they would say, do you have VCP? We don't want to buy routers. Do you have VCP? And we were like, no, we don't do VCP. But after 2 years, suddenly everyone started contacting us and they said, we want to do SD-WAN. What is your solution? And then I asked customer that you were going for that open SDN and VCP strategy. They said that when we deploy a server in our edge, we have to deploy a server from one vendor, firewall application from another vendor. Maybe I want to do access controller from other vendor. So in my one simple server on the edge, I'm running a small 10 vendor strategy. So it's a headache for me. I just want to put a router there and focus on my services at the edge. And everyone came back to the top vendors like us and Cisco and others, whoever were doing SD-WAN. So industry keeps moving between these ideas. And similar was Open RAN. Open RAN is still there, but still 5G is happening, 6G will be happening. So I would say it's not a debate. It keeps, the industry keeps moving. It's a good thing. Any other question, please? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. For the next presentation on understanding the evolving nature of cyber threats and the latest trends in cyber attacks, I would like to invite Professor Ibrahim, Professor of Cybersecurity at KIPSI University. Karachi.
Selamünaleyküm. Welcome to this session. And I see you are very tired, and I am going to try to make a short talk in this session. And the topic of our talk is the current and emerging cyber threats. Content of my presentation is summarized as follows. Concept of cyberspace and cyber defense, cyber threats for data and networks. And I will introduce two projects developed or conducting my teams. One of them, malware detection, metamorphic and ransomware, and another project, human side of phishing attacks, especially psychology and success of phishing attacks. I will explain. And conclusion and future works. Firstly, I will introduce advanced of information technology. As you know, information technology has become an integral part of our lives, transforming the way we live, work, and interact. Wait a minute and please think very short time. If you, as you know, our dependency is higher than IT technology, higher than yesterday. If you think a short time, if you lost your iPhone or mobile phone for one day, how do you feel yourself? So, in short time, if you lost your iPhone or mobile phone, how do you feel yourself? Good or bad? How many persons thinks good? Bad? No, nobody. Oh. Yeah, according to these results, you don't feel yourself not dependent for IT technology, but scientific research don't say this type of result, because research and scientific works says that our dependency of IT technology increase every day. Is it right? Okay, okay. So, I would like to brief explain less advanced AI technology. As you know, last 10 years, artificial intelligence and machine learning methods are applied extensively in IT technology, and currently generative AI are used extensively in our studies. Also, Internet of Things and connectivity are extended every day. Also, related to this advances, cybersecurity and data privacy will be very high topic. cloud computing and edge computing are rising using. Another topic is augmented reality and virtual reality are used extensively. Automation for most processes are used extensively, especially COVID-19 process. All of the world use automation systems or remote working extensively. And as you know, quantum computing will make our computations more fast and easier. What why is important network security and data security? As you know, data is the most valuable asset for everybody or every institution, because almost anything can be realized without using data. Also, networks to protect sensitive and critical data. Also, prevent costly data breaches. Security, improve network performance. Regulatory compliance, protect against legal consequence. Vital to overall cybersecurity, network security, ensure business continuity. As you know, cyber specification of cyber threats are changing every day in automated systems. As you know, more complex malware are developed to make some advanced attacks. But in last year, increasing in ransomware attacks. Also, phishing and social engineering are increased mostly because, as you know, in the security chain, end user is the weakest link of this chain. So attackers focus their activities to the end user and another user. Also, Internet of Things has some weakness because they are cheap devices. Also, due to these properties, security properties are not advanced IoT devices. Therefore, these devices can be used for attack or can be used to attack another networks. Also, most of the tools use AI techniques, and therefore AI-based threat and attacks tools has been developed to attack IT systems. This is the interesting development, new type of attacks. As you know, cyberspace and cybersecurity concepts are summarized in this period, and all of the people use cyberspace to realize their activities and to make easy their lives. Also, due to these properties, cyber security is more important topics nowadays. And in the cyberspace, confidentiality, integrity, and availability is main topics for data. Also, threats and risks for our assets can be summarized as follows: the cyber limit of systems outage and destruction, material losses, loss of time, loss of life, loss of reputation, terrorists, industries, fight and organized crime groups, activists, computer hackers, national governments, maybe some threats of IT assets. You can see from this chart or graphics, red line shows intruder knowledge. As you know, intruder knowledge decreases for years, but attack sophistication, blue line shows attack sophistication increase by years. But there is a trade-off or conflict. While knowledge of attackers decrease, attack sophistication is increased. What about this conflict? As you know, because more advanced tools has been developed to make cyber attacks by professional developers. So users can use easily these tools to make compact cyber attacks. Therefore, any sector has developed to make attack tools, and they may make more money selling these tools. Main threats for network security, as you know, malware, metamorphic and ransomware. Also, we have focused these topics for research studies, and phishing and social engineering is the rising trends for cyber attacks. SQL injection attacks, also physical sabotage and surveillance, man-in-the-middle attacks, blended threats, denial of service attacks, DNS-based attacks. These are main attacks, but you can think another attacks extensively. So our research studies has focused on the malware detection and social engineering attacks, especially phishing attacks. And some of our recent publications produced by our research, these papers are indexed by the Scopus and Science Citation Index. And I will explain first one of the research results for malware detection, and also especially ransomware detection. Also, we have implemented our methods by to develop tools. I will show you user interface of developer tools. One of our work is ransomware detection. As you know, ransomware has been major cyber threat in the last decade. Evolving nature of ransomware makes it difficult to detect them with existing techniques. Offers a baseline for deep learning-based solution, and also conveying the performance of different dynamic features from various aspects. This research is based on dynamic analysis of ransomware attacks. And we employed sandbox and tool, and in order to analyze a number of malicious and benign samples, 5 features are then extracted from analysis reports API calls, DLLs, mutual exclusions, enumerated their directories, registry key operations, and according to the features, we analyze the detection rate of the ransomware attacks. And our methods is shown in this figure. We use convolutional neural networks, LSTM, and multi-layer perception methods to analyze these type of malicious bots. And firstly, we use feature extraction and training. After training, the testing is file contains malicious or benign and maybe ransomware. And we used 5 data set ransomware. 3 of them ransomware data set, and another malware, and last data set benign type of data set. And analysis results is shown in this table. CNN, LSTM, MLP methods, results of these methods are shown in this table. And another data set results, as you know, convolutional neural networks and LSTM and MLP methods, analysis of these methods can be in the table. According to experimental results, API calls might increase the true positive rate, but they cause a higher false positive rate. Other false features that has lower true positive rate and than API calls, but higher accuracy due to the pure false alarm. CNN seems to be more consistent than LSTM, while MLP falls behind both of these algorithms. Research data tool samples are easier to detect compared to the other data sets. Ransomware use some of the features enumerated directories in a more sophisticated way than other malware terminals to avoid detection. As the feature works, we plan to make some extra additional studies. Ransomware has been major cyber threat in the last decade. The evolving nature of ransomware makes it difficult to detect them with existing techniques because AI methods are integrated into the malware, and detection is more difficult in this type of malware. Our study offers a baseline for deep learning-based solutions and also unveil the performance of different dynamic features from various aspects. Our future work includes developing deep architecture that can benefit from various features in order to maximize the performance in different perspectives. And we plan to use artificial intelligence methods in our research studies, especially cybersecurity areas. For example, malware analysis and social engineering attacks. This is implementation of our developed methods. It is static analysis tools to detect malware attacks or malware files, including malware files. And program has been installed. I took my computer, but we don't have enough time to make a presentation. Also, principally, we implement our methods as a tool every time. And another work, another research is more interesting maybe for you. Human side of phishing attacks. Our preliminary, this is this research is going on. Our teams combined with the Mrs. Duvan, she is my PhD student. Mrs. Bayram is expert psychiatrist to analyze psychological properties of victims during the phishing attacks. And third is mine. Firstly, our goal, investigation of factors affecting the success of phishing attacks, developing hypotheses according to the investigated factors, conducting a survey study to measure the accuracy of hypotheses, using these hypotheses, a model is proposed to calculate these parameters mathematically on phishing attacks. As you know, if we most experts about the cyber attacks, sometimes our psychological states may be changed time to time. Sometimes we feel sleepy ourselves, or we may be angry, or we may sad. In this case, attackers use these emotional properties of victims and success and these attacks may be successful. So our hypotheses are summarized, some of them. Hypothesis 1, a person's demographic factor influence their hooking factor. We define a hooking factor to his new metric to measure emotional states of victims in a phishing process. Hypothesis 2, a person's taking behavior affects hooking factor. This is important. Some persons risk-taking factors may be high. The hypothesis 3, negativity in the instantaneous psychological state of the person, for example, insomnia, fatigue, rush, etc., increase hooking factor. And hypothesis 4, a person's sense of confidence increases hooking factors. And we propose a mathematical model for the hooking factor. This includes demographic factors and this getting properties, etc. 1 minus E or minus EF, RTD, PS, ED, and gentle factor. And we have some tests. We have done some tests before the developed this metric, and we get positive results after the test. And our method is shown as a block diagram. First, hypothesis and hooking factor calculation, and compute hooking factor support, and use these factors to make some indicators these phishing attacks. Experimental results and evaluation, you can see gender properties of the participants and totally 150 participants and blue block is shown total and red is shown victim. And this chart shows that education level is affected hooking factor. Percentage of participants is shown in this chart. 52.7% bachelor's and 20.1% high school and 9.3% PhD and 15.4% master degree of the attendance. And they continue to talk during the attack, and right chart shows that the talking time of the attendant. And another result, mood of the some person, happy, excited, worried, sad, nervous, and calm. And right side of the affecting pulsation, 42.2% familiar trusted institution, and 33.3% uneasy or panic, and 24.4% threatness. As you know, some emotional properties affect the victims to catch the phishing attacks. So this research is going on, and also we are studying another project to measure emotional properties using face picture of the person, also voice of the person, and we try to analyze picture of the victim to define or to measure emotional properties of the person, and we will use these properties to calculate putting factors to now these phishing attacks successful or not. And as a conclusion, as you know, advanced malware, metamorphic and ransomware will be increased in future. Also, social engineering attacks used extensively. Generative AI for cyber attacks will be used extensively to win this war. defenders should think as hacker or attacker. As you know, famous Chinese general Sun Tzu says his one of arts of war book says that if you know your enemy and yourself, you're not to fear hundreds of battles. So to win this war game, I define this process similar to the war game. We also analyze our enemy. They are hacker or attacker. Also, defenders should think as hacker or attacker. This is my end of presentation, and I try to make short presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. For our next presentation, I would like to call on stage Mr. Eagleman, who's the Huawei Cloud Security expert for his presentation. Please, sir.
Morning. Thank you, and it's glad to be Pakistan. It's my first time to Pakistan. Yeah. I'm an Eagle One, and my track name is WANKO1 Tau, and in Chinese, one means 10,000, and the Tau means the way of ocean. So it's a family name means my because in Chinese culture, water means money. So my parents helped me to make my life and so with water's power. Yeah, but I in my university I major account is finance. Yeah, but I chose cybersecurity as my industry. And we all know, like a professional said, we should think as a defender, should think as a hacking and attack. And now today it's a challenge. The conventions for the defense with the treated on a modern open network is a difference. And closed conventional network involves to be open and but the cloud-based exposing them to more severe and diverse cybersecurity features. Let's use a real case to understanding. This is the red part is about 6 years ago in the UAE. They have a very famous finance institution named FIT. They get APT trade hunting and by a shadow agent. And when one can see. And because it's a media have a limited work, and so it's a demo show because the hacking uses 4 steps and pass the Juniper and the Cisco firewall and to attacking and use other some web script to attacking the banking's core things. . we use a remote control, and this is the number. First step is to create the servers launch again. And after 2 years ago, and UAE also, the Utitala Telecom, the biggest telecom, also has a deal, has cooperation with Microsoft, and they use Microsoft ability to advance their voice. But this year, UAE also was attacked by a big hacking in their telecom network, and a lot of data, and had a delay decade with the link with the government data. And we also monitor over 6,000 IP address organized .NET, IoT .NET, and from last year to this year, attacking Huawei Cloud. Okay. So. And this map is a global cybersecurity industry map. And you can see a lot of trends in every domain. Yeah, in some degree, it's difficult for customers today. It's how to choose their security supplies. Every security supplies, in some degree, is difficult to provide end-to-end solutions for every customer. And so it's an overcoming traditional security marketing, increased security management costs. So challenges from hacking and challenges also from cybersecurity industry. So now it's the time to redefine a cybersecurity vendor, and because in the traditional time we have a lot of trouble as like a single point of defense, and traditional defense is will rely on security and use a lot of time, and maybe over 1 month and even 2 or 3 months. And from 10 years ago, and cybersecurity evolution in the cloud area has changed. And in the phase 1, we will purchase some traditional hardware box, and in phase 2, we had to move the security solutions from product software, and but for phase 3, we use the cloud native security from cloud. So what's the difference? And so what is this trend? And what is the cloud security advantage? We just can simple define this for unified is just for integrated experience, and for integrated is just integrated protection. For example, in Huawei Cloud, we have a provider 7 layers and 1 center security solution for cloud native security. We have the we use the cloud native security ability and to change the cybersecurity industry and defend work more simple, and so we can integrate the operation and use our last past 30 years experience to help us to improve our huge group cybersecurity ability. But how intelligence security help to overcome challenges of the enterprise digital and intelligence transformation is we from governance and technology with 2 methods to cover intelligent cloud and native security technology system and integrate all of the security comply and harassment and management of volunteers to cover cybersecurity targeted to 0 service interruption and 0 data loss and regular compliance is more simple. So this is a background, and next we'll use 3 questions to how to explain what is the next generation for associate management. So first is about the next generation smart security center. let's reset the overview for next generation smart security center for network visualization. Maybe you will ask me, why is the next generation? What is the first generation? Yeah. And about 50 years ago, I also I had worked for China Telecom, and in that time, because our trouble for working workload is how to manage so many security supply like firewall different firewall vendor and IPS and defense wall system. And our security operation will deal with a lot of law for security. But where who is a real, which is a real attacking, it's a difficult defender. And so in that time, we have a plan. In every province, we set up a SOC and to management the defender security vendor and integrate their log and alerts to help. But in fact, after 5 years, 5 years the building experience, it cannot still because we are rely on our security supply and rely on security operation team. Their work still is still with a lot of log, and it's difficult to define and the different vendors logs who is the real and the logs can in some degree it's difficult to help. We can do some policies define to recommend different vendors to firewall to block or filter some IP address and so. But before 80 years ago, cybersecurity industry will add FOIA to SOC and like some security vendor like Upside and Gorilla, Splunk, they also provide a SIM platform to us. In banking, in telecom, in manufacturing, big manufacturing account. But in that generation, it's also it's a more complex work with security team. In that time, China had set up over 58 universities and set up cybersecurity as a major account, cybersecurity information. But so with the AI ability and the trader intelligence and more APT attacking was found by Chinese security research. We will define the next generation smart security center will cover the different functions and will cover the all of the digitalization of security management service providing in digital and also we can cover all of the cybersecurity scenarios for automatic and including ransomware. And also we could build emergency response capability with pre-event and in-event and after-event can cover all of the life cycle for protection, including vulnerability management. And so we will define a unified smart security operation center will integrate AI ability and will set up some sub-systems like data traceability and multi-cloud and on-priming security, and also maybe we'll add like ID range, OT range. And very important is we will build ourselves into the intelligence defense platform, so we can integrate the ability and as our security more focused on business security and APT trade handling. So in the next generation SOC, we will focus on security access and support overview construction to build a powerful cybersecurity operations team and system. The SOC will develop 3 levels. One level will keep the traditional team function and collection from the endpoint and to a different on-premise security network device. And on a middle level, we hope the SOC can help us to cover marketing business and security scenarios and compliance and security management, and we'll build from level 1 to level 4 operation team. Level 1 is just monitoring, and level 2 will cover IT/OT and trade and management. And level 3 will focus on trade hunting, ability, and level 4 team will involve our security consultant from a vendor or partner, and also will build our red team and the blue team. And in the top level, we will focus on the management all of security access management, and we can automatically match and input security access map, and so we can use our large screens and to management and focus our security application and business security. Okay, and the second part is about this SOC architecture and the future. And in this unified SOC, we call it SecMaster. Yeah, we hope can help our customers to gain a visible and management of IT access on cloud, on-premise data center, and cover IoT device. We had now has some projects in the Middle East and North Africa and South America. And in this unified SOC, we will provide all of supporting for ISS and cover multi-cloud management and on-premise security support. And in this SOC, SecMaster also had already introduced AI models to improve threat detection and capability and infection. For example, like hidden digital panels detection and traffic flow detection, including encryption from north to south and the east to west traffic flows detection, and and CCTV detection and IM abnormal behaving detection and OBS data leakage detection on cloud. This is a reference. We have a project in Australia in national cloud with a hybrid cloud SOC with a cloud platform and on-premise reference. In the outside boarding, we also integrate the Fortinet as a first defense line. And we also connect with our network solution like HiSec. HiSec inside also can integrate with cloud SecMaster. And on cloud, we use all of our cloud native security service, including firewall and WAF and HSS and CDS. And so we also cover SIEM, SOER, and the situation awareness, and we'll show all of the situation with a large screen to customer leaders. This is also is a reference. We call it a satellite intelligence threat hunting architecture. This is using for like telecom or some big manufacturer account like oil, gas, and industry. We will build. We call this a security nodes in customers on-premise network. He will provide the scanning NDR and honeypot as a security nodes, and we can connect the north to the south encryption middle traffic, and with the EDR agent ability, also we can cover east to the west encryption traffic flow. And it's a difference is we will integrate a huge intelligence library in this solution over for 2 point and billing IPv4 address and 4 to 5 billing IP V6 address overlay and over 20 million full data update every day. And so in this system, we call it SACIs. You can just provide a FOA and to help our customers on priming network and move to the cloud security. And in this also SOC, we also integrate the data security visibility system. In today, everyone have a mobile phone, and even in Huawei, we also need to prevent our data leakage. Provide defense maybe some guys and they leave a job and they take picture or take some video from desktop or by using a mobile phone. And so this system also will integrate in our SOC and here cover media, social media, take picture from your data center to social media and printer and video conference. But we all know it's a hard work or in some degree, maybe it's a long time and to build the next generation capability. So the effective we hope is that first thing is that all of the digital operation of the security business process can be purchased and monitored and integrated in and cover the life cycle the security business process into this SOC. And the second is the digitalization of the information life cycle security compliance management. Huawei Cloud is a Huawei Cloud because we are CSP and the platform. We also need to match different countries digital different international security compliance. And in our website, official website, you can visit the trust center in the website for fun. You can get all of our security certifications from international and from different countries. Cybersecurity is initial. And so in the SOC, we will have ability to integrate our national or different international security compliance. If you are banking, maybe you need to follow up the PCI DSS. If you manufacturing industry, maybe you need to follow some ISO. So the SOC will ability the baseline and including CIS and the national security ability as a checklist. So we can supporting your security team to reduce their workload and to easy to develop their security checklist for their business. And we all know everyone now, everybody will talk about their security abilities today now. So in this SOC, we also need to integrate the AI-based integrate technology into the security monitoring level of group. In some degree, we have now we have also have a plan and develop our security large model. We call this a Pangu security large model. And in the next year, we will release some demo and some testing POC and for like defense world. And so you cannot will not only rely on your security defense world supplies provider defense world library, and because it's AI ability, it can more easy and can detect unknown computer world, including ransomware. So overall construction approach, we could build a cybersecurity situation decision making, coordination, and digitalization with the 6 tactics, and cover security control, security operation, execution, and security technology assurance. And we also like to sharing our suggestions on smart intelligence SOC evolution plan. In the phase one, maybe we need to prepare do some preparation work in the unified intelligence IOC library because we have different region. Huawei Cloud have over 70 regions in the global, but the data and the IoT library is in some degree is different. In Asia, you can map some maybe some organization, but in Africa, maybe it's not related. So you need to unify your intelligence IoT library and as a service on Stackmaster and Peter Hunting and reorganize the team. And so in phase one, you need to prepare your platform and do some FOA to testing. So and the phase two, we can set up a professional team and SOC platform and briefly experiment the scope. And in the phase three, you can try integrate some AI ability and the continued operations capability and transfer. And at the Huawei, we are ICT provider, and we provide the platform and we perform IT instruction, and we like to sharing and transfer our past 30 years security experience to our customers. And in last 30 years, we have invested over $2 billion in Huawei security, internal security. Now we are trying to do a solution to sharing with our customers. So in phase four, we can outlook and exploration and for the smart intelligence and panel develop and maybe with some new business model. So last is just for the future outlook. And as we all know, now we hope use our cloud ability because cloud is easy to expand. So you can from a small security cloud integrate all of security resources. Even you can keep your investment for trading security investment. And so you can move the trading security solution to the security cloud as the security cloud as a security resource pool. And you can build a unified security SOC and connect with your tradition SOC or connect with your on-prem team. And so you can, but it says I need to mention that it says in the right it says Chinese security industry, cybersecurity industry. Yeah, we have a lot of partners and we want to sharing their solution and to the globe. And so we can build the security ecosystem with the security cloud. We can cover more scenarios, including maybe we are including the security internet education and the supply chain security and the national range and the red team and blue team's war game and the universities security education CTS model. So with this ability, we can build, we hope our customers will be self-contributing security governance system and build in the future. Okay, so this is my quickly story for security. Security first as a Huawei Cloud. Thank you.
Question that earlier, as I was seeing the slide, we describe about SOC. So from SOC, we mean the source, security, or automation and responses. So can you just tell me the algorithm of it, that, how does it work?
Thank you, young boy. And Slide.
Security and security recording, security operating and but we now we are adding everything and the remark. So how can we work with it?
We have a they have a three level. One level you will keep your traditional cybersecurity operation work like how to deal with the firewall or WAF and any security tools and the log and alert, and so you can do some basic security analysis. But we need to think as a defender like a hacker or attacking and like this example and in real in some degree for a computer primer or hackings and now today the attacking method also is complex, not just a simple one step. So we need to add so many security analysis record and connect the different security vendors or tools and use our security IOC library and we call this intelligence. Yeah, and connect to analysis and do some more and we'll keep monitoring because maybe the attack is not only one day. It will continue and day by day, even cover 1 year or 3 years. Yeah. So we use our comprehensive assess security assessment as a monitor and a platform to analyze. And we need to highly regard this as what is a real attacking for a hacking. So maybe this is you can monitor some IP address, have some special behavior, but you need to compare with the regular your applications. So maybe it's a secure injector or it's just as a scanning, and so you can defend which is important, which you can regard or which you can pass. And with this monitor, and you will connect and do some trace work for hacking is active. So you can so like the video demo, and you can see how to define and traceability the hacking roadmap from one first line firewall and to a second defense firewall, and use web security inject and how to monitor. And but as a security associate function, it is we will be just for a monitor and management. And but when we have a playbook and can design a playbook with AI ability or by security team's ability, and we can do some policy to defend the block or keep monitor. So it is how to work. And if you are national or large companies associate, you also will add some compliance. If it's compliant, rigorous, so because you need to improve output some reports, and so you can sharing your experience and you can sharing your data. You can sharing with your partners and with the national subscription center with intelligence. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. For our final speaker of the session, to speak on regulatory framework and landscape, I would like to invite the Director General of Cyber Vigilance, Pakistan Telecommunication Authority, Brigadier Retired Mohammed Mukarram Khan. Please, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My honorable foreign dignitaries and respectable audience. My Director of Cybersecurity was to take on this presentation, but unfortunately he is not well. So I will be speaking on behalf of PTA, how we are implementing the regulatory framework to implement the cybersecurity in our sector, which is telecom sector, which makes about 85 to 90% of the ICT services in Pakistan. So if the telecom sector is secure, almost 90% of the cyberspace in Pakistan is secure. So we are playing a major role in this. So our act, according to which the PTA was formed, it was enacted in 1996, and that talks about the cybersecurity effort which are expected from PTA and how we are going to secure the cyberspace in the telecom sector. But unfortunately, no concrete work was done on this. The first, we started our journey in 2019 by passing the critical telecom data and infrastructure security regulation, which mandates, it has basically 4 elements. Number one, it talks about the cybersecurity audits of all the telecom sectors, and whereby it defines the complete audit regime, whereby they have to carry out first-party audit, second-party audit, and third-party audit from recognized cybersecurity firms. And then a PTA need to go and validate all those audits. So we defined a complete cybersecurity audit regime. And then it talks about the cybersecurity attack reporting mechanism, whereby we mandated all the telecom operators to report any incidents taking place into their cyberspace within 72 hours. We have seen certain incidences, and we issued show cause notices and took regulatory action against those. One example is one of our operator where we imposed a fine of over 50 million for a breach of data security of personal identifiable information of their customers. Third element is establishment of SOC. All the telecom operators are required to establish a CERT within their organization and a security operations center, whereby they need to round the clock monitor and take action against any incidents taking place into their critical infrastructure. I would talk about how it is implemented nowadays. And then fourth is we defined 104 security controls which are supposed to be implemented by all the telecom operators. And as part of our compliance audit, we go and check the compliance of all those controls. Now coming over to the cybersecurity audit, we have a complete regime whereby we register the cybersecurity firms. Only these firms can go and take and audit the cybersecurity and audit the telecom sector, telecom operators. Nobody else is allowed to go there. We are making it stringent nowadays. We are registering the people also. In all those firms, we have got a very strict cybersecurity security clearance of all the people of those companies. And only those people who are registered with us, only they can go and perform the cybersecurity audit of telecom operators. Nobody else is allowed to go. Earlier on, basically, these companies, they used to show up some people, but they used to take the technical experts outsourced from other companies, and they used to take them and had the cybersecurity audit of our operators, which is security-wise not good, because those can have malicious intent. They can identify the weaknesses, and they add their own. They can either sell those to the hackers or can perform the hacking to those companies and steal the data. So now we have automated the thing. We have an application which is available to all those cybersecurity firms which are registered with us. And by the way, these registered firms have been recognized by the other sectors, NAPRA, State Bank of Pakistan, NADRA, and other sectors. They only allow the companies which are registered with PTA to carry out the cybersecurity audit of their licenses. Now, we defined a cybersecurity framework based on this cybersecurity critical telecom data and infrastructure security regulation. In that, we defined the implementation strategy and implementation plan of every control. What is expected out of that control? So, for example, if there's a firewall written, so what are the policies which are mandatory and expected out of the firewall? And these frameworks are available with the cybersecurity firms, which go there and perform the cybersecurity audit. So everything is streamlined, and over a period of 3 years, now we are very mature in this procedure of auditing. Now we are working on a new version of CTT-ISR, new regulation, because the threat space has evolved and new technologies have emerged, especially with the chat GPT coming up, the AI things coming up. So like we have the chat GPT, same way we have the threat GPT and hack GPT, which are the malicious versions of OpenAI and of AI. So people are using it, even the script kiddies, the school and college students, they can use these platforms and impose a cyber attack on any critical infrastructure. So we have included the things to safeguard against those attacks. And a new regulation is having now 271 controls. And same way, we are going to redefine the cybersecurity framework so that the cybersecurity companies now go and see the compliance of these 271 controls. Besides this, we have established National Telecom CERT and SOC. Yesterday, my friend from Huawei, they were there and they have witnessed what we're doing there. It is indigenously developed SOC with all the 3 components, that is threat intelligence, SIEM, and SOAR. And it is connected with 32 operators of telecom sector, all the major operators, including the 4 CMOs, the cellular mobile companies, PTCL, Transword, Multinet, Cybernet, all the major companies, these are connected with our SOC. And whatever they can see on the screen, PTA, my team can see it on the screen. My job is basically a coordination. My team sees what the attacks are coming up and what are the action being taken. And if there's no action in, say, for example, half an hour or an hour, and we are not getting an indication that the operator is taking sufficient measures to contain or control that attack, my team intervenes. We first call them and see what they're doing. And if we do not get any satisfactory reply, my team visits the place and help the people in taking the action and containing the attack. And we inform the other operators, because the similar attack may be launched on multiple operators at the same time. For example, a denial service attack, it can be launched on multiple operators to sabotage the telecom infrastructure in Pakistan. So in that case, we share the information with the others so that they can take the necessary action. This CERT is managed around the clock. My team is there 24/7. We have a public interface of this on which the advisories and IOCs and other things which are shared, which are not very critical and specific to our telecom sector. These are shared publicly for the people of Pakistan, along with other advisories and other things. And we have a private section of this, where the things which are very critical, which are very sensitive information, it is only shared with our telecom operators under NDA, so that these are not out, these are not published outside. Along with this, we have very comprehensive awareness and awareness sessions. and cyber drills, where we we carry out certain exercises like blue team and red team exercises, war game and something like this within our sectors. We do it in the PTA also, calling the people from the operators and having a centralized awareness session and drills. And we also tell our operators to have the similar kind of exercises within their organization. And this has improved our cybersecurity index. Along with this, we have a VAPT exercise, which is done every fortnight. So after every 2 weeks, we carry out a VAPT exercise of all our operators, and we make a report and we issue the report to them. All the vulnerabilities identified in that report are supposed to be bridged within a week time. So any company, any firm, organization which is not doing this, we issue a show cause and we find them heavily. So with this, we are continuously doing this for last 2 years, and Alhamdulillah, with the grace of God, we have improved our cybersecurity index. Out of 10, it used to be at 6.5 about 2 years back, but now it is at 8.9. And during last 2 years, there haven't been any cyber attack on our telecom sector. Last but not the least, we are working in the collaboration with other international partners, some partner with our friendly and Muslim countries, and within Pakistan. So nationally, we are in collaboration with all the other sectoral regulators. We have signed MOU with the NAPRA, NADRA, SCCP, the State Bank of Pakistan, National CERT, and recently we are working with Huawei also. We are going to sign an MOU with Huawei, whereby we want to inculcate the cybersecurity, which is specifically for 5G security, because we are about to roll out the 5G in April next year. So we want our telecom sector to be prepared for that. So for that, we are working jointly with them. We are going to hold the seminars. We're going to hold the cyber drills, awareness sessions, and some training with Huawei, so that all our telecom operators, their cybersecurity teams, they are very well conversant before the launch of 5G. And once it is done, they can take remedial measures if there is a cyber attack, whereby they have to take actions accordingly. With this, and along with this, internationally, we are in collaboration with Malaysian CERT, with OIC CERT. We are part of that. We have collaborated with Bhutan CERT. We are collaborating with APNIC CERT, and I think Oman CERT. So basically, it is always a joint effort. No country alone can take on the cybersecurity itself. Nobody, no organization in Pakistan can take on itself. And the strength of the chain is known by the weakest link in it. So if we are not going to cooperate and collaborate jointly with all the sectors, and all the sectors are horizontally not going to improve and then going to go vertically simultaneously, even one sector, the weakness at one sector can affect the other. And the worst enemy is the insider. So if the insider is not aware because of its simplicity or because of its malicious intent, the complete organization, all the firewalls, all the stocks and everything, all the controls can go for check. So we are collaborating. We are trying to impart the cybersecurity awareness to our masses. We visit schools, colleges, universities, and we impart cybersecurity sessions with them. And along with this, with the help of cybersecurity drills, we inculcate cybersecurity in the masses also. So with this, I would conclude. If you have any questions about what we're doing at PTA, you're most welcome. Yeah, 271 countries. Yeah. Yeah.
27,001.
Yes, in fact, the initial version of CTD ISR, it used to have 104 controls. It was mix of NIST 800 and ISO 27001. But tailored and scoped according to our requirement. Now, because of, the AI, I think it is 27,000 and something. I don't remember exactly. We have got some controls from there also. We have consulted some other documents also, and but basically everything related to the AI and other new technologies. So we have included those and we have enhanced it. Domains are the same. There are 17 domains and there are major 71 controls, but we have categorized them into subdomains and sub-controls. It is important because, all the controls cannot have the same mark. It is for the simplicity of the cybersecurity audit, because earlier we used to assign one mark for each control. So there used to be one complete 104 controls. Now these include a firewall, which is the major control, and it used to have, for example, a security, say for example, bolt or say for example, camera in one subsection. So they both were having equal marks. So then we realized that we need to categorize them. We need to give more marks to the critical controls and less marks to the less critical controls. So for that reason, basically, we have subdivided them into, and by doing so, we have enhanced these to 217. But out of them, 71 are the major controls, which have one mark each. And the other controls are having 3¼ or half or, a quarter of a mark. Any
Sir,
other
I have a
questions?
question.
Yes.
So there is an issue of help regarding in case of emergencies. Whenever we try to approach PTA, specifically the numbers given on the website are not even approachable throughout 24/7. I on myself tried it for 10 to 12 hours, but no one was receiving those numbers. And even then I also sent emails to PTA, but there was no response of that as well. So can you please provide us any source, a common man who can approach PTA so that his problem can be resolved within a limited time?
It is related to the customer complaint management system.
Cyber attacks like that.
Cyber attack, not sure how it is possible. Anyway, I can look into that. If you see me after this, you can share your case study. We can look into this, and we are going to see where the gaps are. But otherwise, my team is there 24/7. We have dedicated email address. We have dedicated social media account, and we have numbers. Our call center is working down the clock. We have outsourced this to Uphone. We will need to look into the Uphone guys, why they are not attending the calls, and they are not reporting back to us. But definitely anything passed to the third, our people are always vigilant. They are 24/7 there. So you can see me after this, and we can study it as a case study. Any other question, please? Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. We'll be going on a lunch break right now, but we'll be back at 2:30 sharp to start the panel discussion and then the conclusion ceremony. So please. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. So now we will begin the panel discussion started for today. The title of the panel discussion is Policy Framework for a Secure Future. And we have our representatives from various third organizations here. We have Ms. Zarifa Mustafa from Nigeria, representing Cybersecurity Department of National Information Technology Development Agency. We have Mr. Fakhri from Azerbaijan. He's the head of the Malware Research Laboratory. We have Mr. Askar from Kazakhstan, State Research. We have Mr. Fazlan Abdullah, the acting head of Preemptive Technology and Service Division of Cybersecurity Malaysia. And we have Professor Ibrahim, who's here as an expert from Gibson University, Turkey. So to moderate the panel discussion, I would like to invite Dr. Sadak Ali Khan. The format of the panel discussion is simple. We have 4 questions, and our panelists would all answer them one by one. And we will take questions from the audience at the end of the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Asif. So I request the audience to write your questions. So we will have some time at the end and ask your questions. My first question is, what are the major challenges in implementing cybersecurity policies effectively? And how can you ensure compliance without compromising operational efficiency? So for a comment, I invite Brigadier Retired Mohammad Mukarram Khan.
Basically, the major hurdle in implementing the cybersecurity policy is the awareness, and especially our executives in every organization. They take cybersecurity as a cost instead of an investment. So whenever something is told to them that we need to implement a firewall, say for example, Fortinet or Huawei firewall, and they ask the cost, so it is millions of rupees or something like this, or dollars sometimes. So this is basically, it is taken as an expenditure which has no substantial advantage in the performance or functionality of the company. And secondly, the normal people, the cybersecurity is a joint effort. Till the time every employee, every individual of the company does not embrace it as a culture, so it cannot be implemented. So say, for example, you give policy that nobody is going to bring the USBs into the office, or not going to bring mobile phone into the office, so are not going to keep the simple password. So people, because they do not know the implication in the broader perspective, they do not adhere to that. So for this, basically, only those organizations which have met some loss of reputation or financial or something like this, or they have been subject to some ransomware or some breach where the data or some sensitive information or money have been lost, they take care of that, and then they're ready to spend any amount of money. But in the absence of that, every organization, they normally focus on the functionality, and especially our application, the software engineers and the application developers, they do not take the cybersecurity or the information security measures into account. OWASP has always been issuing and updating their requirements and the prerequisites to take into account while implementing the application. But normally we do not do this because we take it as an overhead, and we normally focus on the functionality. And our QC department also, they overlook. Mostly they do not know the cybersecurity. They check the application in our some system from its functionality and performance perspective, not from the cybersecurity perspective. So I think these are the major reasons. Thanks.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable comments. Now I request Ms. Zarifa Mustafa.
Thank you for having me here. I will agree with the Higher Major General, I hope I got that right, about the management need to understand the implication of not having the requisite cybersecurity measures in place. There's a saying that it takes 100 years to build a reputation, but one click of a button to bring that down. If the management understands that in the concept, because if there's reputational damage, what happens? The company is going to lose money, it's going to lose customers, and so many things. And you can't build that reputation back up within a short period of time. So you need to ensure that the management understands the implication. And also, he mentioned awareness, which I completely agree with. In my organization, we are certified by under the ISO 27001 standard and recently transitioned from the 2013 version to 2022 version. And we always always have awareness sessions for the staff, for management, but still, you still find that people make all these silly mistakes. An example is coming with a USB drive to the office. Our systems are on AD, so you can't use a USB drive. But some people will still come maybe with their own personal laptops, use the AD. So no matter how much or how many controls you put in place, there will be people who will always try to go around those controls because it is convenient for them. So there needs to be cultural realignment so that people will understand that it is not just about them, it's also about the company, and it's not going to, if there's a breach, it's not only stops at them. The families will be affected in most ways, the company, if they are not employed, what happens? They will not be able to feed their family. So you need to go down to the level that people will understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zarifa. Now I request Professor Ibrahim for his comment.
Thank you. If we say the main challenges about cybersecurity, I can say that first challenge is to define a good cybersecurity strategy and policy. As you know, cyber space is limited in the space. So all of the attacks comes from any point of this space. So our defense strategy is important. As you know, Atatürk said that in Turkey's freedom or war, there is no line defense, there is field defense. This field is entire of homeland. If we adopt this strategy for cybersecurity, there is no line defense, there is surface or field defense for cybersecurity. This field is entire of cyberspace. Because cyber attacks comes from any points of the cyberspace, and all of the people can be affected or interested in these attacks, and all of the countries responsible may be responsible about these attacks. So global cybersecurity policy or strategy should be developed. Another point of the challenge, application of this cyber security policy. There is a trade-off between the security and usability, as you know. If you increase the security, you should decrease usability. But in this case, some users don't want to more security because they want to use IT systems easily. For example, password applications. If you use long and complex passwords, most of the people don't want this type of passwords. They want to use easiest and very short passwords. So you should increase awareness of the users application of this policy. If your users don't accept your policy, you cannot achieve this fight. So another topics you should develop new techniques against the new cyber attack technology. For example, artificial intelligence and etc. Only you can defend these attacks using similar techniques so far. Therefore, we should use artificial intelligence and generative artificial intelligence techniques to defend cyber security attacks. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ibrahim. Now I request Mr. Askar to comment on this question.
Thank you, thank you. So, when we are talking about implementing of cybersecurity and ensuring that it cannot be negatively affect on business interests, the key factor of it is, in my opinion, is balance. So, as Professor said, usability is have a controversial with cybersecurity. So when we are talking about implementing, we should make sure that that cybersecurity will not have a negative effect. So it is known that there is no technical measures that can fully eliminate the threat. So it means that we are talking about probabilities. When we talking about probabilities, there is a risk. So in my opinion, each cybersecurity policy should have cases when user who implement technical methods, it should have a choice. Am I approve this risk as my own or not? Because previously there was mentioned about USB devices. For example, yes, the organization is prohibited to use USB devices. But what if you need to use USB device? For example, you have some breach security and it is impossible to use network and other cases. So cybersecurity policy should have some exclusions where user can say, yes, okay, I will use it. So, thank you.
Thank you. Now I request Mr. Fakhri Jaffer.
Thank you for question. I think to be ensure successful implementation and compliance, several case strategies can be employed. First of all, we must develop policies that are easy to understand and follow. The second is educate employees about security best practice. We know that now cyber criminals are constantly creating new tactics that make it difficult to detect for traditional systems. That's why we need to use artificial intelligence solutions. Next is we must continuously monitoring and evaluate systems. We must get logs from various systems and monitoring all anomaly. And we must have incident response planning team, develop a comprehensive plan to respond to security incidents. I think every organization can enhance the cybersecurity if follows these strategies.
Thank you. Mr. Fazlan Abdullah, please comment on this.
Basically, to ensure at an organizational level, why people must understand, must have awareness at, at every level. Because, for example, in ISMS, ISO 27001, one of the most important things for successful implementation of the standard is commitment from the top. So the leadership must have buy-in all the way down to everybody, not just those who have access to computers, but everybody. For example, in my organization, we have online awareness testing quiz for all staffs, even to the drivers, the secretaries, everybody must be aware of cybersecurity, because they must know that in the past, cybersecurity is an afterthought, but now it is a business essential. There have been cases of businesses collapsing after a successful cyber attack, after successful data breach. So people must understand, and also there's also aspects of business and also of regulatory compliance. For example, in my country, we have just enacted a Cybersecurity Act, and there are major penalties that can be imposed if they do not comply to the requirements of the Act. So it's a matter of understanding, awareness, successful implementation of controls, appropriate allocation of resources, and using of tools, for example, AI, to ensure that the safeguarding of the business assets is more easier to be handled.
Thank you. So now we discussed already the implementation of the cybersecurity policies and ensuring the compliance without compromising the operational efficiency. My next question from the panelists, that how can government and policymakers balance national security concerns with individual privacy rights when formulating cybersecurity regulations? So, Ms. Zarifa Mustafa, please comment.
Thank you. I think the representative from FIA in his presentation mentioned, I think in one of the indexes, they measure the laws that you have on data privacy, and also if you have an organization on data privacy. This is very key. Well, the data privacy, data protection, and cybersecurity are the same family, because it's all about information security. So when you look at it, you need to have data protection laws. You need to have an organization that will ensure that there is compliance to these laws. We are in an era where you're sitting at home and you can access all sorts of platforms across the world. So how do you, without a data protection law or a data protection authority, then the citizens of your country are not protected. Their data is not protected. If I'm using Meta in Pakistan and there is no data protection law in Pakistan, what they will use is the data protection law of the country that they are operating in, which leaves the citizens in Pakistan open for their data to be used in all sorts of manner. And I think that's one of the reasons why it is very critical for countries to have those laws, because that is the only way that they can protect their citizens. It is the country that now can tell these organizations, you have to register, you have to follow the laws of our countries. Even if there's, let's say, I'm not very familiar with Asia, so I know that there are regions, and I don't know which region Pakistan is in, but let's say you have a regional law on data protection. It may not necessarily work because there are differences between countries within that region. And if you're going to apply only that law, some it may not be favorable to the citizens of your individual countries. So that is my submission. Data protection laws are very critical at this.
Professor Ibrahim?
As you know, personal data are very important to protect in cybersecurity system because some information belongs to the persons. For example, biometric informations used for identification and authentication, etc. authorization. You should protect these data very carefully in some applications or in operating systems. If some leakage may occur, protecting these data, users don't believe security systems, and if they don't believe the security systems, normally they will not use and they will reject the systems. If unused systems cannot be successful. So the data protection for users is very important for policymakers and end users. We have conducted a PhD thesis, trust model for biometric systems. We have researched users' attention or uses the biometric security identification systems. As you know, some of important security concepts use biometric data for identification and user authentication. But some people don't want to give their biometric information for this control. And if they don't want to accept this policy, this system cannot be successful. So protection of data is very vital problem in cybersecurity management and control systems. Okay.
Mr. Askar, you want to say about individual property rights?
Thank you. So, when we are discussing about balance between national security and individual rights, it depends, in my opinion, it depends on country system. So you know that each country differs from others and have own political system, own views of population and other. In legal, there is some terminology like a social contract between population and government. So it depends on the social contract. For example, in some countries, they provide a list of basic rights that cannot be limited. Other countries may have less list of such rights or never have. It depends on the political system. And when we are talking about this, we should understand that some people can sacrifice own privacy for national security, for public security, and some not. So it is difficult to say. I believe that it is the same question as the other questions related to national security. How deeper you can go to protect your country, protect your system, and protect your population. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fakri. You add your comment?
I think governments and policymakers face a delicate balancing act when formulating cybersecurity regulations. On one hand, they must safeguard national security by protecting critical infrastructure and sensitive information. On other hand, they must respect individual privacy rights. I think governments should be transparent, the data they collect, about the data they collect and how it used. They should also establish an independent mechanisms to monitor compliance and address potential abuses of power. International cooperation is critical in addressing global cyber threats. Governments should work together to develop common standards and best practices, share threat intelligence, and coordinate responses to cyber attacks. Public-private partnership can also play a vital role in enhancing cybersecurity. For example, in Azerbaijan, we have government set, which works with government institutions, and CERT, which works in private sector. And we also share our experience, our best practices with private sectors, CERT, and vice versa. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Farzan Abdullah. Please.
I echo what my colleagues, Mr. Fakri and others are saying, that there needs to be transparency when developing laws, new laws, and involve public consultation. For example, in Malaysia, we just recently passed the amendment to the Personal Data Protection Act, which was originally developed in 2010. So the latest version takes into account issues such as transparency, data portability, and so on. And the law itself mentions in some certain cases which involve law enforcement that the authorities have extra powers with regards to personal data usage. And also in Malaysia, we are right now exploring the issue of digital trust, which I believe Huawei also, when I attended in Shenzhen, they talked a lot about digital trust. And for example, in the World Economic Forum, they came up with a paper a couple of years ago, where they have 3 goals of digital trust: security, reliability, accountability, oversight, inclusive, ethical, and responsible use. And some of the 8 dimensions include transparency, redressability, privacy, cybersecurity, safety, fairness, and auditability. So these are some of the things that need to be taken into consideration by the government when enacting laws and regulations, taking into account these factors.
Thank you. My next question to our panelists, with the rapid adoption of emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, cloud computing, what technical measures should be integrated into cybersecurity policies to address these evolving threats? Ms. Zarifa.
Hi, thank you. So with the rapid evolvement of technology, it's not possible to say that we can cover all the new technologies, the emerging technologies in our cybersecurity policies. But what we can do is give a room for research and development, especially in areas of emerging technologies. Also, to give a room where if there are new technologies that are common and we have found ways that we can integrate them into the policies, we can add it as an amendment, because most policies have a timeline. And we can't wait if we found some emerging threats with the use of AI. We can't say until this strategy expires before we come up with another one. We can have, even if it's a framework, an executive order on what to do in terms of those emerging technologies. And also, for a policy to be all-rounded, you need to work with all sectors of the economy, the government, private sector, academia, civil society. Academia, what they do is they'll do with their research and development. The private sector, they use these emerging technologies more than in other sector of the government, of the society. So when you work all together, and let's say the private sector finds some information, we share with the academia, they can work together, come up with these possible solutions while the government now will find ways of integrating those solutions that they propose into the strategies or come up with executive orders or new policy documents. Thank you.
Yes, Professor Ibrahim, your short comment.
Thank you, thank you. According to me, if you successful fight with your enemies, you should think like their opinions. Meanwhile, we should think as hacker, attacker. Therefore, if they use AI techniques and another advanced techniques to attack information systems, we should use same and similar or advanced techniques to achieve this fighting. I mean that this is similar to the war game. In war game, attacker develop methods and defender develops against new methods. So we should develop new advanced methods to make efficient defense in cyber security fighting. And another topics related with this AI and generative AI techniques should be used for defending cyber attacks. In a conclusion, if attackers, you should think same as attackers. Okay, that's all.
I want to ask the next question from our remaining three panelists. What role does international cooperation play in developing global cybersecurity policies? And how can nations work together to mitigate cross-border cyber threats?
Thank you for the question. I believe that international cooperation plays crucial role for each country because by such organizations as OECD, FIRST, CAMP, and others, they are useful to make sure that you are going straight right way or not right way. Previously mentioned that that we need to cooperate with national affairs. So when we are talking about this, I can provide excellent example related to previous question about artificial intelligence. So OECD have a work group that dedicated to cybersecurity of 5G and cloud computing. It is example of the good cooperation between countries because each member of OECD can just download this policy, make some screening and implement in this country. That's an example of good cooperation. Yes,
thank you. Mr. Fakri, please.
I think international cooperation is a cornerstone of effective global cybersecurity. Cyber threats transcend borders, making it imperative for nations to collaborate to address this challenge collectively. One of the key benefits of international cooperation is the sharing of threat intelligence. By exchanging information about threats, vulnerabilities, and attack techniques, countries can be better respond to cyber attacks. This shared intelligence enables nations to proactively build their defense and identify potential vulnerabilities in their critical infrastructure.
Thank you. Mr. Abdullah, you want to add?
Yes, as I mentioned previously that through collaborative platforms such as YT CERT, ASEAN CERT, Asia Pacific CERT, and Forum with the Response Team like FIRST, countries can jointly respond to cross-border cyber threats and harmonizing cybersecurity standards and capacity building together and to make sure that all the countries reach a certain level and to facilitate rapid information exchange. This is so that they can mitigate cybercrime and also respond to attacks from, for example, ransomware or even state-sponsored attacks. And because cybercrime is borderless, recognized, so we need to work together among nations. And there are also international treaties and conventions such as the Budapest Convention and the UN Cybercrime Treaty. Countries should consider ratifying these international conventions so that everybody can work together on common platforms. Thank you.
Due to some time constraint, I just have 2 to 3 questions from the audience. Yes.
How can possible awareness be marked into people who participate cyber security and which issues you discuss for common people?
Anyone from here you want to answer? Yes, please.
In the case of Malaysia, in my presentation yesterday, we have a program called Cyber Safe, or in long cybersecurity awareness for everyone. It's a program where we reach out to school, even to the school children, to parents, teachers, organizations, SMEs, big organizations, government. So we have a program, even we are working with the Ministry of Education to have, to put cybersecurity in the curriculum from primary school age, from 7 years old, so that they understand. And we are also working with universities to put cybersecurity into the curriculum of the university courses around in the country. Thank you.
You want to add?
Yes. So for people who work in the informal sector, like people in the marketplaces, people who don't go to school, an example in Nigeria is people listen to radios a lot. And then we also like entertainment a lot, music. So we try to incorporate cybersecurity messages in those sectors, in such areas, because we know that the critical mass, the message will get across to the critical mass, not necessarily that is those who are in the informal sector. Thank you.
Yes, please.
So my question will be that in nowadays country, what are the biggest emerging threats like now currently, and how can us, the organization, avoid them and be prepared for it?
Yes, you want to answer this? Yes, Professor.
Excuse me, could you repeat your question briefly?
I am just saying that in nowadays, that what are the biggest emerging threats which can we avoid? The organization can avoid that and be prepared for that emerging threat, the biggest emerging threat currently.
Biggest emerging threat right now in the current emerging technology.
Yeah. If you say biggest emerging is organized a good collaboration structure to achieve these defense applications, because as I mentioned before, cyber attacks came from from all of the cyber space. So I think this will be biggest track for good collaboration all of the countries to achieve this fight, etc. Okay.
I think right now the biggest threat, which I already discussed there, that is the phishing attack right now, and the defect that with reference to the emerging technology right now. So this is the great challenge right now with reference to the organization, either the corporate sector or the education sector. Next question.
Yeah, I would also like to comment on that. The biggest threat, as I can foresee in the emerging era of this, is the penetration of the consumer technology and being used as the AI and the weaponization of these kind of technologies. The biggest threat is something that is currently we are keeping in our hand, is the mobile phone, right? The penetration of this kind of stuff and how this is being manipulated and how this is being used for changing the opinion of the people, right? Even the fates of the countries, right? And even the normal people, they cannot understand that what could go wrong by saying something that you're saying in your drawing room or maybe somewhere in your bedroom, and something has been actually penetrated and being used against you, your state, and as humanity as well. So I have final comment for being the head of National CERT. Pakistan, as I mentioned in my presentation also, and I'm grateful to OIC and the COMSTECH, they will also provide the written documentation for that. So as the head of National CERT, we are available for any kind of collaboration that you guys mentioned actually, like joint exercises, joint drills, joint training programs, any kind of certification program, any initiative that you think that would be beneficial for the OIC's countries. So we would be available, and we will really appreciate that you join hands together and work together for a secure world. Thank you so very much.
So thank you for our on.
If we say another topics, I think social engineering will be biggest topics in future, because as you know, end users are accepted weakest link of the cybersecurity chain. So all of the attacks focused for the users, and we should develop knowledge, experience, and another skills of the users in future. Okay.
So thank you for all our honorable panelists. We now end up this our panel discussion, and I request the honorable panelists to take a seat.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sadiq, for moderating our panel discussion. Now we'll begin the conclusion session. I would like to invite Coordinator General COMSTECH, Professor Dr. Mohammed Iqbal Chaudhry, to please come to the stage. Mr. Aloysius Chang, sir, please. Professor Kuchi. To begin the conclusion session, I would like to request Professor Dr. Khurshid Hasnain, Advisor COMSTECH, to give a brief summary of the events that have taken place over the 2 days of workshop. Please, sir.
Iqbal Chaudhry, Lucis Chang, distinguished audience. This part of the activity I'm required to do two things. One is a summary of what transpired, if it can be done in this brief time, and informal thanks from my side for those who cooperated in the effort. The formal thanks, of course, will be offered by the Coordinator General in his remarks. So let me just remind you that the goal of this activity was twofold. From COMSTECH side, it was to find or identifying the avenues of possible cooperation between member states in the field of cybersecurity. And secondly, of course, it was to learn from the experts, such as those from Huawei, on the present and future technological challenges and opportunities that will be existing in this domain, and to find ways in which a technology giant like Huawei could help the member states in their efforts to operate. So before that, of course, it was required to make an assessment and appraisal of where our countries stand and what is our current status and what is the future outlook. So the workshop basically addressed these concerns and these questions. It was covered about the cybersecurity landscape in various member states, the responsible institutions for the cybersecurity, what is their mandate, and what are their main efforts. Many speakers highlighted the need for cooperative efforts between member states and policy coordination and joint actions if it is to be that the challenges of cybersecurity were to be adequately addressed. The present and emerging cybersecurity threats and the challenges, including challenges to digital transformation of societies, was discussed and presented particularly by our friends from Huawei. Similarly, developments in industry to counter the present and emerging threats, including the use of artificial intelligence and machine learning to counter these threats, was also presented by our Huawei speakers in particular. Then we had discussions and presentations on policy development and regulatory framework landscape. That is, what are the policy frameworks in which the various countries are operating. And right now, of course, we had a panel discussion in which some of these aspects, again, on policy discussion and landscape were as requirements for a secure future were discussed. A couple of things further on specifics, these are general ideas, and of course, the OIC CERT as the leading body for CERT activity will be looking into it. But so we have made some generic comments so far, but we have received a couple of specific suggestions from Pakistan side. Dr. Mahathir Abbas this morning gave us some very offers of cooperation, and similarly, the Malaysia CERT has written and offered us some. In summary, these are the cybersecurity training and capacity building efforts have been offered by the Pakistan CERT and Malaysia CERT, and certainly we will forward these ideas to the OIC CERT. Furthermore, it was suggested that addressing supply chain threats at both software and hardware levels through cooperation between member states is an important area of cooperation. Also, it was suggested that conducting cybersecurity exercises, for example, simulating threats, targeting specific institutions, is a very important effort, which again can be done in cooperation. Collaborative research workshops to keep abreast of new developments and to indigenize capabilities through pooling of resources was another suggestion. Holding an annual cybersecurity summit of the member states to identify the progress and areas of possible cooperation. And finally, organizing youth cyber challenges to identify young talent and generate initiatives in cybersecurity. So I would request the CG of COMSTECH to look further these suggestions to the relevant quarters in the OIC. Just finally, it is my great pleasure to informally, as I said, to thank those who have cooperated in various ways in making this a very rewarding and a very insightful experience for all of us, particularly our resource persons from abroad in particular and from Pakistan. We thank you very from the bottom of our heart for your insight, your knowledge, and all your valuable contributions. And then again, to our partners and friends from Huawei, in particular, Mr. Xiaofei, Mr. Eliusis Chang, Mr. Ahmed Balal, thank you very much for all the cooperation that has been shown for this activity. And all those from Huawei who made the technical presentations, and Mr. Adnan Adami for coordinating the entire effort between COMSTECH and Huawei. And I would like to acknowledge my young colleagues, Mr. Harith Akram, Mr. Hasib Ahmed, for their tireless efforts to organize and manage the workshop and to make it a success. And to all the staff, COMSTECH staff, including the administration, the finance, the guest house, hospitality, transport, and media, who have helped in organizing the event and making it an event to be remembered. And last but not the least, thanks to Professor Iqbal Chaudhary, CG COMSTECH, for fully supporting the cybersecurity initiative for the past almost 2 years, and this event in particular. And I acknowledge that I'm particularly grateful that he had to cancel his planned visit to attend an important meeting in Saudi Arabia so that he could be present for this occasion. Thank you, sir, for providing valuable support and guidance. And thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir. Up next, I would like to invite Mr. Aloysius Yuanchai, Chief Security Officer, Middle East and Central Asia Region, Huawei Technologies, for his remarks.
First of all, I'd like to congratulate His Excellency Professor Dr. Iqbal and his team at COMSTECH for a job well done in hosting a world-class cybersecurity workshop here in COMSTECH Secretariat Office in Islamabad. Thank you, sir. And as we conclude today's proceedings for the last 2 days, a lot of things are buzzing in my head. So I try to organize and put some semblance of organization in my train of thought to give you 5 points. And these 5 points will be what I think key anchors that will be able to push for a quantum leap into the next era for OIC nation state. First of all, we're now in the age of change. We are seeing that emerging technologies today, such as AI, blockchain, and Web3, are making profound changes to our society. These are metaverse are starting to blur the line between the physical world as well as the virtual and whatever world that you can think of today, because it's not just one world that we know, but multiple universes are now merging into one with multiple different identities and potential trajectory of what will happen in the future for society. So this, while may have represent a profound disturbance in the state of matter that may bring us a lot of worries, and uncertainties. But obviously, this also bring about opportunities that we can grab hold of it. And if successful, it will profoundly change the world. So in fact, we are now in the age of the CISOs, the age of Chief Information Security Officers, as the Chief Information Security Officers are now custodians of the national interests as well as corporate assets that are increasingly virtualized. It's not far to say that more than 99% of our assets, such as our intellectual properties, are now virtual. And as they so, you are now the guardian and custodian of all this data. And data is the new oil of the future. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are now discussing the state of the CISO as we plot our strategy, how we can bring this group of unique individuals to bring forth their expertise that will help us transform our economy and brought about prosperity as we embrace digital transformation. And even before digital transformation, the data started, we are looking at intelligence. We are putting actionable intelligence into play. As we can see in the discussion today, we are having a robust discussion that's been done for the last 2 days that talk about the various potential scenarios that may come into play if we do harness digital and intelligence in a way that will benefit our nation. So, in this age of the CISO, it's important that while we have our heads in the cloud, we need to plant our feet firmly on the ground. So we need to be able to talk about things that we want to do and do it right and well right from the beginning. That's why we talk about security by design, privacy by design, where we bake security into the solution right from day one. So we need to be able to sit down, after 2 sessions of provoking discussions about what we can do together as a whole, as OIC nations. So we need to talk about building up resilience before we bring forth the discussion of collaboration, which is actually the theme of this 2-day session. So why I'm saying that is because for an analogy, we talk about security in our village. We have to talk about security of the family, right? Security in my house before I talk about contribution into a village patrol that will patrol the parameters for the defense of the village. So if we look at that from that, if we draw parables from that, then the security of my family, of the core network, that would be the resilience that we want to build. And then from the resilience, as we form a village patrol that will secure the grounds for a village, then that's collaboration between our neighbors. So in security, we need to talk about, building up our own defenses, making sure that we're impenetrable against all the threats that we have seen being discussed in the last 2 days, right? And then we will talk about contributing and helping our neighbors. And then vice versa, as we help them, they will have to contribute to our resiliency and build out our competency to build resiliency. So it becomes a continuous cycle that we want to build down here. So as we say the fact that we are in the age of the CISO, we have to look at what are the things that we need to do in order to make sure that we can give birth to the system. We talk about capacity building for the last 2 days. Right? Professor Ivan made a joke, right, earlier, but actually it's not even the joke, it's actually the truth. The future of OIC is in enabling the boy who asked that very thoughtful question earlier, how we can empower more of the boys to become pillar of strength for OIC country. We need to talk about capacity building for cybersecurity as we empower the CISO to do their job better. We need to provide them the tools, the knowledge, as well as the platform. So when we talk about platform, what can be better than the platform that COMSTECH is trying to build down here? With this workshop and the proposal decision that was shared yesterday, eluded, in many of the speeches that Professor Iqbal have gave about the need, where he had given a call to action to establish 2 ministerial committees within OIC. One for cybersecurity, one to harness the power of AI. AI will give automation to security. At the same time, when we talk about AI for security, also talking about security for AI. So with these ministerial committees that are to be proposed, to be formed, together with the good groundwork that has already been done by OIC CERT in the area of computer emergency and response, which provides a foundation for us to have this discussion ongoing as we protect critical assets or critical information infrastructure within our country from attack. We build regional norms, OIC norms that OIC countries can come to appreciate and build based on the norm, competencies that will be able to drive OIC nations towards the next golden Islamic age of science and technology. To that, Huawei will be committed to Dr. Iqbal's vision and supporting COMSTECH to achieve this goal of securing the OIC border and making use of cybersecurity as a competitive advantage, as a key enabler towards building our digital future, where our children and the children of our children will be the future pillars of this society. With that, I thank you everyone for your attention, and we got a lot of work to be done, and we will start from today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your remarks. Now, for the closing remarks, I would like to invite Coordinator General COMSTECH, Professor Dr. Mohammed Iqbal Chaudhry. Please, sir.
Thank you very much, Abdullah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Two of the most prominent and well-versed individuals have actually already spoken about the event as a way forward. So I will not really add into your knowledge at all because of 2 reasons. I know you not really know much. Second, that my non-specialist knowledge will perhaps not add much to the content. But I'm really very happy with your question. What is your name, sir? Ahmed? Ahmed, yeah. Ahmed Hayat. Ahmed Hayat, there were two components of your question. I think this is right at the center of this activity. What are the major factors? And apparently the responses given by different people were different. So it's very clear that the landscape of threat is extremely diverse, which means that cybersecurity is interdisciplinary, it is cross-disciplinary, it has many dimensions, which requires a lot of understanding. Grasping the complexity, a part of it has been explained by Professor Lloyd's remarks. There's extremely complex landscape of threat. Then the second part of the question was what needs to be done, and my response was to train you. And this is exactly what you need to do. I think this is something on which we all agreed. While everyone gave a different response to threat, we all agreed that what we need to do is to build the capacity of the next generation. I think for OIC world, the problems are of multitude nature. Number one, that this is a very large population of 1.9 billion people, largely youth. 50% of the population is below the age of 23 or so. So very large proportion of the population is of youth, and tremendous pool of creativity, which one need to unleash. That is something which is our asset. Our development paradigm is based on using this intellectual wealth. That means that technology is way forward. And that is what we need to invest in. Developing national capacity, human capital in technological domain. Second is that protecting these assets which we develop. And that is where cybersecurity is an extremely important dimension. And I'm glad that we are able to move forward to develop a greater understanding about this extremely important aspect. And as we have discussed in last 2 days, that what we intend to do, that we intend to work closely with OIC CERT to have a very larger level of decision making, not only at the expert level or institution level, but also at the policy level, that we should be able to bring people who are right on the, who control the policies and control the governance. And for that, we have decided to work together with our industrial partner, Huawei Technologies, and with other OIC institutions to organize OIC Ministerial Conference on Cybersecurity. This is one thing. Second, also it came out of discussion that we need to have a permanent institutional mechanism through which we can do capacity building. These workshops are important. We'll continue to do that. We'll continue to do that with our partners in different regions of the OIC. But there is a need of an academic institution, an academy for training in cybersecurity, because the dimensions are too many that requires too many dimensions to be covered, and that requires a whole institutional mechanism which enable everyone to get benefit from the expertise within the OIC country. So these are some important aspects of it. And of course, expertise within this hall and outside would perhaps be used for the benefit of the OIC world. Yesterday, we have organized this roundtable discussion in which we had participation from 6 CERTs. We have CERT Pakistan, Malaysian CERTs, Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, Nigerian, and representation from Turkey. And that has provided us a very good multi-dimensional prospects of the problem in different regions. Along with this, very high quality input from Huawei team K4. And under this expertise and various aspects of it, we developed this document, which is takeaway, and this would be distributed to you. And this contains not only some collective generic recommendation, but also some specific contributions from various participating institutions. So please do take this. We will be following it up. We will try to make sure that recommendations which are provided to us by participating institutions and experts, including Dr. Khan, thank you very much, have been incorporated. So we will make sure that these are seriously followed, because, you know, eventually at the end of the day, follow-up is extremely important. We have been officially assigned by OIC to develop OIC policies for AI, artificial intelligence. I think in that particular policy, cybersecurity is an extremely important aspect, which we need to incorporate in. So that would also be a very important assignment for us to work in the future. I would like to join my colleague, Dr. Khurshid Hasnan, for thanking Huawei Technologies for their willingness to work with OIC, for their generosity to support many of the activities, and for their plan for a long-term framework of cooperation. That this would eventually lead to a more concrete outcome of all of these efforts. I would also like to thank Dr. Khurshid and wonderful team of COMSTECH for organizing this event in the best possible manner, and all of you for your tremendous intellectual contribution. I'm sure that your contributions can help in developing a better understanding and a better way. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I would request Professor Iqbal and Mr. Lucius, please present each of certificates to our resource persons and international guests. Firstly, I would request Professor Iqbal to present the shield to Mr. Lucius. Mr. Fazlan from Malaysia. Mr. Fazlan from Malaysia. Mr. Fakhri from Azerbaijan. Mr. Fakhri, followed by Dr. Zarifa. Dr. Zarifa, followed by Professor Ibrahim. Mr. Askar. Mr. Eaglewan. Mr. Eagle one, followed by Mr. Faisal Amir Malik. Mr. Faisal Amir Malik. Professor Dr. Hyderabad, sir. Professor Dr. Muhammad Sadiq Ali Khan. Mr. Muhammad Akram Mughal. And at the end, Mr. Adnan Adhani for his support. He has been the focal person from Huawei, so we thank him for all his support in organizing this workshop. Thank you so much, sir. The participants, you'll be receiving your certificate at the reception outside. And all the guests are now invited to high tea in the lobby, please.